moon hung low over the small settlement of Black Willow, painting its thatched cottages and winding dirt roads in an eerie silver glow. For generations, this quiet village had thrived at the edge of the Marshwood swamp, a vast expanse of murky pools and twisted cypress trees rumored to harbor ancient spirits. By day, children played near the old stone well, merchants hawked wares beneath tattered awnings, and farmers returned from the fields with buckets of fresh water drawn from nearby springs. But as dusk fell, an unsettling hush would settle over Black Willow, an unspoken awareness that something unseen watched from the shadows. It was on one such evening that Mr. Theodore Barnes, a weathered man in his late 60s with lines etched deeply across his forehead, burst through the gate of his modest cottage. His once steady gait was now frantic, large beads of sweat glistened on his brow as he pounded on his own front door. "Help! Somebody, please help!" he cried out, his voice cracking with fear. Nearby, Mr. Frederick Kendall, another elder of the village known for his stoic calm, rushed across the courtyard, his lantern swinging wildly from side to side. He was joined by Mr. David Hale, a tall figure whose lean frame belied surprising strength, and Mr. Caleb Ansley, a reserved man with a worried frown permanently etched on his face. "What on earth is happening, Theo?" Mr. Kendall demanded, helping his friend to a wobbly stool. Theodore clutched his sides as though propping himself against some invisible weight. It's terrible," he rasped, gasping for breath. "Liam, my grandson, he came screaming out of the swamp, his eyes as wide as saucers, and then collapsed right in front of me and little Finn." Finn was the youngest of the group, barely 10 years old, pale and trembling as he clutched his brother's lifeless hand. A few other villagers gathered at the edge of the courtyard, voices hushed and concerned. "He just yelled ghost, something evil," and fell flat on the ground. Mr. Hale knelt beside the fallen boy. "Is he alive?" he asked softly. Theodore shook his head. "He's breathing, but I tried to wake him. He couldn't speak. His face, it was ashen, like he'd seen the devil himself. And Finn, he's incoherent, keeps muttering nonsense about a new grave that appeared out of nowhere deep in the swamp." The swamp, never far from Black Willow's collective consciousness, was a place of whispered legend, tales of travelers lured into its misty reaches, never to return, stories of untimely drownings. Blamed on phantom hands dragging victims beneath the waterline, even rumors of black-eyed creatures that flitted between cypress knees, observed only by children daring each other to peer into the gloom. Yet no one in living memory had reported a fresh grave or any such supernatural occurrence. And now Theodore claimed that only hours before, he and his two grandsons Liam and Finn had ventured into the swamp to set fish traps just beyond Hallows Bend. Liam was 15, tall for his age, brave to a fault. Finn, though smaller and more cautious, idolized his older brother. They had gone together with another local boy, Owen Marsh, to tend traps laid at the edge of the marsh, swapping jokes to pass the time. No one had expected what happened next. Mr. Ansley stepped forward, his voice trembling. Calm down, all of you, there must be a rational explanation. Maybe Liam saw something, a wild animal. Or stumbled and hurt himself. Theodore shook his head vehemently. No, David, we all know the danger is not animals alone. There are things in the swamp that defy logic. When I found that body, well, I didn't find it exactly. I saw what looked like a fresh mound of earth, a slight hillock amid the reeds, as if someone had buried something there just hours ago. Surrounded by flies and with a foul stench rising from it. At first, I thought it was a rotten log, but when I pushed aside the brush, I saw no markers, no signs of a proper burial. It was as if someone or something had thrust a corpse into the earth, hastily covering it. As soon as I realized what it was, I felt a chill in my bones. Mr. Kendall frowned, rubbing his chin. What exactly do you mean, someone or something? We're not accusing anyone of foul play, are we? Before Theodore could answer, a sudden commotion erupted at the edge of the courtyard. Mr. Burke, the village blacksmith, came stumbling in, his face ashen and eyes frantic. There's no time for questions. Finn, he tried to speak just now, but he shouted so loud that it wounded my ears. He called it a shadow corpse. He said the ground opened like blackened sinew and reached up to drag him in. I saw the fear he was babbling nonsense about Liam on his knees, mouth wide open, chanting in a strange voice. And then Liam, he collapsed. Mr. Barnes, we must get him to Master Rowan immediately. At the mention of Master Rowan's name, a hush fell over the group. Master Rowan was a figure of both reverence and fear, an elderly mystic living in a small, smoke-wreathed cabin near the old oak, rumored to have once studied ancient rites in distant lands. Some villagers whispered that Rowan could bend spirits to his will, that he had saved the village from calamities in years past through uncanny rituals. To others, he was a dark sorcerer who consorted with forces no mortal should touch. Regardless of rumors, when Rowan was needed, people turned to him. Mr. Hale nods decisively. Then let us not delay. Fetch a stretcher and carry Liam to Rowan's cabin. The rest of us should return to the swamp and see if we can locate that grave. If Owen is still missing out there, he may be in grave danger. Mr. Ansley offered to accompany Mr. Hale and Mr. Kendall to the swamp, while Mr. Burke and some willing villagers braced the improvised stretcher from Liam's bed sheets to transport him swiftly. Finn, though mad with fear, was put into the care of Ms. Marlowe, a kindly widow who offered soothing teas and soft blankets to calm him. As the lanterns flickered in the night air, casting long shadows, the small party set out toward the gnarled outline of Rowan's cabin, its door glowing faintly in the moonlight. Inside the cramped cabin, rows of glass vials glinted on dusty shelves, each containing powders, roots, and strange liquids. On the wall, Sketches of runic symbols and sketches of twisted creatures were pinned alongside pages of arcane script. Rowan himself, tall, gaunt, with silver hair cascading to his shoulders, strode into the room, robes trailing behind him like the tendrils of mist. His voice, resonant and calm, cut through the hushed whispers. "Bring the boy here," he commanded. The stretcher bearers laid Liam gently on a simple wooden table. His breathing was shallow, his face white as the winter moon. Rowan closed his eyes, placing gnarled fingers at Liam's temples. He murmured a prayer in a language no one recognized, and then his eyes snapped open, glowing with an ominous light. "His spirit is under siege," Rowan intoned, his voice low but urgent. "Something unholy has pierced him. I must draw it out." He reached beneath the table, retrieving a chewed piece of parchment covered in ornate symbols. "These words will sever the bond that binds him to the darkness. But be warned, the entity that dwells within the swamp this night is powerful. We must act swiftly, or Liam will be lost." As Rowan began to chant, a sudden gust of wind rattled the cabin's shutters. Outside, the thunderhead that had gathered over Marshwood swamp finally unleashed its rage, rain pelting the roof like merciless hail. Lightning flashed, illuminating Rowan's pale countenance and the glint of sweat on his brow. The windows rattled, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and something fouler, an undercurrent of rot, like decaying flesh. The villagers inside the cabin exchanged fearful glances, clutching each other's sleeves. Meanwhile, in the swamp, Mr. Hale, Mr. Kendall, and Mr. Ansley picked their way through the tangled undergrowth. Lantern light revealed knotted roots, clumps of moss, and pools that reflected the stormy sky like black mirrors. Each step seemed to echo unnaturally loud. Suddenly, a distant splash like stone thrown into water startled them. Mr. Kendall paused, breathing heavily. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Mr. Ansley nodded, scanning the darkness. "It came from over there, near the twin cypress." They moved cautiously toward a shifting patch of reeds. Pushing aside a curtain of vines, they saw the grave, a fresh mound of earth circled by white maggots squirming in the mud, and a half-buried wooden plank jutting out like a broken sign. "What in God's name, Mr. Hale muttered, stepping closer. He pried aside a piece of wood. Beneath it lay a skeletal hand, slender and brittle, as if the bones of the corpse had been left there intentionally to deteriorate. Mr. Kendall recoiled. "There are no markings," he observed grimly. "No headstone, no clue who this was. Whoever did this wanted it hidden." Mr. Ansley, brows furrowed, felt a sudden prickling at the back of his neck. "Something's off," he said quietly. "Look at the ground, there's more than just insects down here. The soil is shimmering, like it's alive." Rainwater pooled at their boots, and the ground beneath seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. A distant groan echoed through the swamp, like the low lament of a wounded beast. The three men froze, hearts pounding. Then, without warning, a figure emerged from the mist, Owen Marsh, covered in mud, eyes rolling. He collapsed at their feet, barely conscious. His clothes were torn, and bruises marred his face. He gasped, "The grave, it moved," water bubbled, a hand reached out, before toppling sideways in a fit of trembling. Mr. Hale rushed to his side, checking a faint pulse. Thankfully, Owen was alive but in shock. He looked at the others with wide eyes. "Please, we have to find a way to stop this," he whispered, voice hoarse. A thunderclap resonated overhead, rattling the swamp air. In the unseen depths of the marsh, something shifted, as if stirred by the commotion. The three men carried Owen back toward the village, weighing the growing dread in their hearts. For on this storm-lashed night, but one evil stirred, and it would not rest until all of Black Willow was claimed. At Rowan's cabin, the mystic's chant reached a fever pitch. Smoke and incense swirled around Liam's prone form as Rowan took a small knife, drip by slow drip drawing blood from his own palm, scrawling a binding symbol onto Liam's forehead. "By spirit and bone, I cast out the shadow that clings to your soul," Rowan intoned authoritatively. A sudden gust of wind burst through the door, extinguishing the lanterns. In the pitch black, Liam's body writhed violently. A foul stench filled the room like a stagnant swamp turned rotten and alive. The earth outside seemed to shudder with Rowan's every word. The boy's eyes snapped open, glowing a ghastly yellow, and he let loose a guttural scream that rattled every bone in the elder's body. In the darkness, row upon row of glass vials shattered spontaneously, shards tinkling like chimes made of ice. Rowan's voice rose to a crescendo, "Depart, unclean spirit. Let light reclaim his soul." Lightning crackled, illuminating the back wall and revealing a grotesque silhouette, the very image of a lanky corpse, limbs twisted at impossible angles, eyes burning with malice. Rowan's hand shot forward, slamming into the apparition as though grappling with an invisible force. The spirit let out a tortured wail that vibrated through the cabin floor. Then, in one last blinding flash, the ghostly figure dissolved into a cascade of black motes, drifting away as if sucked into an unseen vortex. Suddenly, Liam thrashed once more and then lay still. His breathing steadied, his eyes closed gently. The stench vanished. Where before the air had felt dank and oppressive, now it was clear and cool. Rowan lowered his arms, breathing heavily, perspiration dripping from his temples. "It is done," he whispered. "The shadow has been banished from him, for now. But the source of this evil remains beyond our door. We must find it and dispel it, or no one in Black Willow will be safe." Outside the cabin, the rain began to slacken, pitter-pattering against the roof like a distant heartbeat returning to calm. Word of Liam's temporary salvation would spread through the village come dawn, but Rowan's warning hung in the air like a silent threat. The heart of darkness lay somewhere deep in the Marshwood swamp, and only those brave or foolish enough to face it could hope to save the unsuspecting folk of Black Willow. Thus ended the first reckoning, a boy saved from the brink of death, a hidden grave, and a warning that the swamp's ancient spirits were stirring once more. In the long shadow of that stormy night, villagers would awake to a world forever changed, where the boundary between life and death felt fragile, and where trust in neighbors would dissolve beneath the weight of fear. But for now, in the hushed candlelight of Master Rowan's cabin, a fragile hope lingered, that dawn's light could banish night's horrors, at least for a little while. The first light of dawn crept over Black Willow, tinging the horizon a faint rose that didn't quite banish the lingering darkness in everyone's hearts. In the village square, a handful of lanterns still glowed as neighbors gathered in small, anxious clusters. Word of Liam Barnes's near demise had spread quickly. Some whispered of curses, others blamed man-made treachery. But beneath all the chatter lay one unspoken fear: if a 15-year-old boy could be possessed and nearly killed by something unseen, who among them might be next? Inside the modest cottage at the far end of Gallows Lane, Theodore Barnes sat in a stiff wooden chair, gazing at his grandson Finn, who clutched a tattered blanket over his knees. Finn's eyes, red-rimmed with tears, tracked every movement of Master Rowan, who had spent the night beside Liam in a trance-like prayer. The mystic's robes were rumpled, and his shoulders sagged with exhaustion, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. "It is never safe here," Rowan murmured, his voice low but firm. He held Liam's limp hand, now pale but breathing steadily. "That spirit we banished was but a fragment of a greater darkness. The swamp has awakened something old. We must find the source before this evil spreads." Theodore bowed his head. "Master Rowan, we owe you our lives, Liam's life. But what can we do? We are mere farmers, blacksmiths, cobblers. How do we battle spirits older than our memory?" Rowan's expression softened. "Courage, faith, and knowledge. You must all know whatever you can about the swamp's history. Speak with Rosanna Graves, we will need any lore she has documented." He stood slowly, energy returning as if his purpose had rekindled his own spirit. "I will prepare charms and talismans, but I cannot face the darkness alone. Send men to gather offerings, iron chains, white candle wax, sage from the old willow's path. We will need to traverse the swamp at night, when the spirits are strongest, and enact the rite of binding." Outside, Mr. David Hale and Mr. Caleb Ansley approached the edge of the swamp with Owen Marsh carefully propped between them on an improvised stretcher. Owen's face was drained of blood, but his eyes held that same fearful glaze. Every few steps he mumbled fragments. It was clawing at the earth, the ground shifted like pulsing veins, the smell. "I thought I'd never escape." David knelt to consider the little hut that served as Owen's afternoon rest stop. Now its windows were boarded, and the door ajar. He exchanged a wary glance with Caleb. "We need to get these boards off and see if any clues remain." He said the grave was near the twin cypress. "Let's confirm its location before returning to the village." They pried the boards with dry wood splintering under pressure. Inside, the little room was cluttered with nets, traps, and small jars of dried fish scales. On the far wall, chalk marks traced crude symbols, circles intersected by jagged lines, some half erased. Caleb touched one. "These look like warding signs, but half of them have been scraped away." Someone tried to remove them. He frowned. But why would Owen draw protective sigils here unless he felt threatened? Owen's eyes flickered open, and he whispered, they whispered, not safe, don't trust the water. He pointed a trembling finger toward a vessel of stagnant swamp water set to soak fish traps. The water's surface reflected the unsettled sky, rippling as though something beneath it stirred. David pocketed a small bottle, scooping a drop of water. We should bring this to Master Rowan, he might analyze any unnatural presence. The three men carried Owen back toward the village, each step heavier than the last, as if the swamp itself tried to hold them back. When they neared the gate, Ms. Marlowe rushed out, arms wide. Bless the day I see you all return, she exclaimed. She took Owen's free hand, guiding him into her home as David and Caleb caught their breath. In the village hall, a hastily summoned meeting took shape. The elders Theodore Barnes, Frederick Kendall, Caleb Ansley, David Hale, and a handful of others gathered around a rough-hewn table. A single tallow candle flickered, threatening to sputter out in the damp air. At the head of the table stood Reverend Josiah Devereaux, a man of solemn faith, his voice trembling with urgency. Black Willow is at a crossroads. We have seen death too close. We have felt the malevolent pulse in the swamp. We must decide, do we trust Master Rowan's methods and undertake the rite of binding, or do we simply pray for daybreak to banish this evil on its own? A hush fell, and all eyes turned to Theodore. My heart says we fight, he said, voice cracking. If we do nothing, more children, more families will suffer. Rowan saved Liam's life, but we must go further. I have seen too many tears in my lifetime. It is time to end this. Reverend Devereaux nodded, brushing back a stray lock of white hair. Then so be it. But we must be prepared. Gather at Rowan's cabin as night falls. Bring what he requests. Pray for strength, and may God guide our hands. As the meeting broke, each man left to ready himself. Caleb Ansley hurried to his forge, striking hot iron into crude chains and looping them onto a stout ring. Sparks flew as if igniting his resolve. David Hale gathered a sack of white wax, harvested only that morning before the storms. Frederick Kendall visited the apothecary's shop to obtain bundles of dried sage bound with red thread. Meanwhile, Theodore Barnes and Reverend Devereaux made their way to Rosanna Graves' cottage at the far edge of the village. Her walls were lined with dusty tomes and journals, records of every storm, every strange disappearance, every whispered tale of watery horrors. Rosanna, a frail woman with snowy hair and steel-gray eyes, peered over her spectacles. I expected you, she said, her voice hushed yet steady. Come in. The answers you seek lie in the old ledger, the one bound in black leather. It chronicles a century-old pact between Black Willow's founders and the Marshwood spirits. If that pact is broken, the swamp becomes a malevolent force, seeking retribution. She opened a heavy book, yellowed pages crackling as she turned to an entry dated 1872. The Covenant of Reeds, On the eve of Emberfall, the founders of Black Willow offered a portion of their harvest bread, salt, and silver to the spirit guardians of Marshwood. In return, the swamps would give sustenance and allow safe passage. Should the covenant be sullied if greed or bloodshed stain the offering, then the guardians would reclaim their due, harvesting lives instead of grain. Rowan stepped into the dim cottage, having arrived silently behind the others. So this pact has been violated, he concluded, his gaze locked on Rosanna's trembling hands. Someone has poured blood into the swamp, literally spilled innocent blood, and the guardians now thirst for vengeance. Frederick Kendall exhaled slowly. But how do we restore the covenant? Silver and salt once offered won't undo the stain of blood. The entry doesn't say how to appease them once they rise. Rosanna shook her head. There are whispers of an artifact known as the Silver Bell of Lindenwood, said to be crafted by the founders themselves. When rung at the heart of the swamp, its chime echoes into the spirit realm, calling for parley. Sadly, its last known location was lost decades ago, rumored to be buried beneath the roots of the elder cypress. Master Rowan's eyes gleamed. Then tonight, we will perform the rite of offering to solemnly renew our vow, and at first light, we will seek the silver bell. Until then, each of us must be vigilant. Expect no mercy. Night fell like a blade over Black Willow. The moon was a pale sliver in a starless sky. Villagers shuttered their windows, dousing lamplight to keep spirits at bay. By midnight, Rowan's cabin was alive with purpose. Inside, he inscribed new runes onto robust lengths of parchment, protective wards and summoning glyphs. Once complete, he handed a scroll to Theodore. Place this at your threshold. It will keep lesser spirits from crossing into your home. But the others must carry out their tasks. Caleb, your iron chains, binding symbols. David and Frederick, sage and wax to craft torches that burn with a blue flame visible only to entities bound by the pact. Caleb Ansley held the blackened chains reverently. I will forge shackles of refusal. Spirits ensnared in iron cannot roam free. Frederick Kendall dipped cloth strips into wax, murmuring prayers as they soaked. These torches will break illusions. Only truth-lit paths will guide us to the source. Rowan gathered them around a simple wooden table strewn with herbs, iron nails, and bone fragments. We begin the rite here, but the true work happens at the swamp's heart. We must enter together and break the blood-stained covenant. Only by forging a new pact under the elder cypress, ringing the silver bell, can we restore balance. At the stroke of one, the party, Rowan, Theodore, Caleb, David, Frederick, and Owen, weak but determined, slipped into the swamp's gloom. Lanterns were forbidden, they carried only the blue wax torches and iron rods. Each step was slow, deliberate, the mud tugged at their soles like hungry hands. Branches whipped at their faces. The air was thick with rot, the cries of hidden creatures muffled by a restless wind. As they reached the half-submerged platform, a crumbling wooden dock once used by fishermen, their blue torches revealed festering roots snaking across the water's surface. Mesmerizing at first glance, but under Rowan's guidance, they recognized the roots as veins of corruption. He raised a flask of purified water and sprinkled it onto the nearest root. The root sizzled, hissing in protest, recoiling as if burned. "It's alive," Owen whispered, voice trembling. "It defends itself." Before Rowan could respond, a low rumble came from the swamp's depths. The water churned, luminescent orbs of oppressive darkness swirled around them like angry eyes. Caleb held his iron chain aloft. "By iron and intent, I bind you," he hissed. He swung the heavy length toward the whirling mass. Sparks flew as chain met root, lacing the inky water with shimmering sparks. The swamp shrieked an unearthly sound like metal tearing flesh. From the black water emerged a gaunt figure, its body composed of mud and sinew, eyes like coals buried in ash. It reached out with twisted limbs, each finger bristling with shards of broken branches. "Leave, now," it rasped through clenched jaws leaking murky water. But Rowan stepped forward, rising on a board beneath his boots. "We do not come to flee, Spirit of Marshwood. We come to heed the covenant." He drew a small silver chalice from his robe and poured a mixture of salt, berries, and honey onto the muddy ground. "Let the Founder's pact be renewed." As the words left his lips, the creature hissed and lunged. Caleb threw a clanking coil of chain around its neck. The spirit's form wavered, a swirl of mud and darkness forming a frantic distortion. Frederick raised his torch. "By light and truth, we break the taint." He ignited Rowan's runic inscription carved into an iron blade. The flame leapt to life, casting cold blue light onto the creature. It howled, tendrils of water and sludge clawing at heaven, but the combination of salt and flame forced it backward. Rowan knelt at the feet of the elder cypress, its trunk massive, roots sprawling like tentacles of ancient time. He rang an invisible bell in midair, an act of pure intent, as the real silver bell was still missing. His voice rose in ancient dialect, "Spirits of our fathers, hear our vow. We offer bread and salt, life and labor, in peace and honor. Let no blood stain this earth, and grant safe passage to our people once more." For a moment, the swamp fell silent. The air stilled, as if holding its breath. Then a single bell chime reverberated through the gnarled branches, the first honest sound in days. The creature staggered, its form dissolving into a swirl of muddy water that sucked back into the swamp's depths. The ground near the chalice glowed with a faint golden light, as if the earth itself approved the rite. But the moment of triumph was brief. From the black waters rose another figure, taller, broader, eyes blazing like molten silver. It wore a hood of twisted reeds and held in its hand a small variant of a bell, its surface stained red. The air around it crackled with dark energy. "You dare renew the pact without the true bell of Lindenwood?" Its voice echoed like shattered glass. The swamp around them heaved, rotten limbs reached out in agony. "I am called the Keeper. And for oath breakers, there is no mercy." The six stood firm. Caleb tightened his iron chain. David lifted the torch higher. Frederick spat a prayer to the heavens. Owen, though weak, gripped a carved wooden dagger Rowan had given him, its blade etched with protective runes. The keeper's laugh was a low, bone-grating rumble. Foolish mortals! Witness the fate of those who defy the Marshwood. It lifted its reed bell high. The ground cracked. Water erupted in geysers of black ooze, lashing toward the villagers like serpents. Fear threatened to break their resolve, but they remembered Liam's pale face, the lost child in MS. Marlowe's arms, and the promise to save their home. Gathering every atom of courage, they held their positions. Rowan closed his eyes, chanting a barrier spell. Iron chains clashed across the swamp's surface, tangling with the ooze. Flames from the blue torches carved paths of light through the darkness. The keeper swung its bell downward. A shock wave of foul energy erupted, sending all six sprawling into the mud. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the chaos, roots twisting around human feet, strands of slime dragging at lanterns, and the monstrous silhouette of the keeper looming overhead. And then, just as dawn's first rays breached the horizon, faint and pale but relentless, the real silver bell rang out from the treetops, its chime pure and resonant. A figure stepped through the last screen of mist, Lady Marjorie Lindenwood, descendant of the village founders, holding aloft the ancient bell. Her voice rang clear, "By my family's right, I command you, spirit of Marshwood, to hearken the true pact." The keeper recoiled, its monstrous form battered by the twin forces of Rowan's right and the rightful bell's resonance. With a final, echoing wail, it dissolved into a roiling mass of mist and mud. The swamp shuddered, the roots slackened. The pigs and cattle in the distant fields, traumatized by the night's terrors, began to low softly, sensing the gloom lifting. As Lady Marjorie approached, her silver hair shimmering in the dawn light, she held out the bell toward Rowan. "The pact is restored," she declared. "Let Black Willow wake free of nightmares." Exhausted but triumphant, Rowan and the villagers watched the light grow in the swamp. The cursed waters stilled, reflecting the rosy dawn. Though bruised and battered, they knew that their actions had averted a catastrophe that might have consumed the entire village. Still, the victory felt fragile. The keeper's final words, "There is no mercy," echoed in their minds. Who had broken the pact in the first place, unleashing this malevolence? Why had the true silver bell gone missing? And did the swamp spirits truly rest, or merely bide their time until the next transgression? As they trudged back toward Black Willow, honoring makeshift graves for the toll the darkness had exacted, the first rays of sunlight touched the thatched rooftops. Yet even as birds began their morning chorus, the people of Black Willow knew that their safety depended on vigilance, unity, and the fragile balance between man and marsh. For now, the swamp lay calm. But they could not afford complacency, because somewhere beneath the placid surface, shadows still stirred, waiting for any ripple of fear to reignite their hunger. And as the village stirred to life, thankful for another dawn, Master Rowan looked to the distant treeline, where the Marshwood breathed the silent, restless guardian of ancient secrets. And he prayed that their pact would hold, at least until Hoi 3. Dawn's first rosy light painted the thatched roofs of Black Willow in gentle warmth, but beneath the tranquil veneer, tension and questions throbbed like a hidden pulse. The villagers gathered at the edge of the swamp, eyes fixed on the mist-shrouded water where the keeper had slipped back into darkness. Charred roots and shattered fragments of the iron chain lay strewn along the muddy shoreline, reminders of the night's desperate struggle. Lady Marjorie Lindenwood stood at the forefront, the ancient silver bell suspended from her hand. Its surface bore the varnished sheen of centuries, and the faint chime still rang in the chilly morning air, lending comfort and authority to her presence. "I am grateful that our pact has been renewed," Lady Marjorie announced, her silver hair catching the morning light. "But we cannot rest yet. The swamp has yielded its immediate fury, but its secrets remain buried. Who dared break the covenant of reeds? And for what purpose?" Her voice carried solemn gravitas, silencing the murmurs of the assembled crowd. Mr. Theodore Barnes stepped forward, his face pale from loss and sleeplessness. He held a worn leather satchel containing the water sample Owen had collected. "Master Rowan told me to deliver this to you, Lady Marjorie. He believes the water may still bear traces of that which tainted the old grave." Marjorie nodded, accepting the vial with careful hands. She glanced at Rowan, who had emerged from the mist, robe stained with mud and sweat. Clearly exhausted but resolute, he offered a small nod in return. Caleb Ansley, the blacksmith, knelt beside a scorched root and touched its charred surface with a gloved fingertip. "Look at this," he said quietly. The fire Rowan's spell was powerful. Still, the swamp fought back. The keeper, or whatever else has been awakened, drew strength from something in the water here. If we can track where that corruption originated, perhaps we can find the one who broke the pact. Reverend Josiah Devereaux closed his eyes in prayerful contemplation. Evil seldom arises unbidden, it is summoned by a willing heart. We must consider that this was an act of deliberate betrayal. Someone in Black Willow or nearby has dark intent. A hush fell. The notion that a neighbor might have broken the covenant weighed heavily on every soul present. Even the most stalwart families exchanged wary glances, scrutinizing each other for hidden guilt. Rosanna Graves emerged, her frail form wrapped in a moss-green cloak. "I have catalogued years of lore on this village," she began, voice trembling with both age and urgency. "I found an entry in my great-grandfather's journal that mentions a small group who opposed renewing the covenant once before over a century ago when drought ravaged the fields. They believed the swamp spirits took too much from the land. Though those opponents were few and ultimately persuaded to remain loyal, it is possible descendants of that faction linger still, embittered by old grievances." Lady Marjorie's brow knit. "Then we must identify any families with that old lineage, trace their motives, and speak with them. But first, we should ensure Black Willow's safety. Rowan, what protections must we enact?" Rowan unrolled several scrolls on a flat boulder, revealing intricate warding symbols. "We will place these runes at every entrance to the village and the church. They will act as a barrier, repelling spirit intrusions. Next, we must cleanse the water sources, the well, the stream, any cisterns. If the curse was sown through water, we must purge it thoroughly. Frederick Kendall knelt and pressed a torch into Rowan's hand. "I have enough blue wax torches to light the runes tonight. I will help place them." He rose, resolute, and looked to David Hale. "Will you join me in gathering the necessary wax and sage?" David inclined his head. "Of course. After that, we should search the outlying farms for any signs of foul play, broken barrels, churned earth near springs, anything that could have introduced taint into the water." As midday approached, villagers dispersed to begin these tasks, though unrest lingered like storm clouds overhead. By early evening, Rowan, Marjorie, Caleb, Frederick, David, and a small group of trusted neighbors reconvened at the village gate. Torches in hand, they prepared to place warding runes along the palisade of rough-hewn oak logs and at the threshold of every cottage. The first rune was drawn on the aged gate's central plank, a looping spiral enclosed by a circle of salt. Frederick held aloft the blue wax torch, its flame dancing in flickering sapphire. "By this flame, we burn away the shadows," he intoned, tipping the torch to set the salt circle ablaze. The rune glowed faintly. A chill gust wound through the gate's cracks, but the rune held firm. Next, they moved to the well in the village square. David knelt at the rim, leaning close to the water's surface. A faint ripple disturbed the reflection of their faces. "I can feel it, a lingering unrest," he murmured, dipping a sprig of sage into the still water. The sage hissed, sending curling tendrils of fragrant smoke skyward. "Here too, the swamp's touch has been felt." With careful precision, he drew a rune on the stone rim, the charcoal line arresting the wavering ripples. Marjorie sprinkled salt in a perfect ring around the well's mouth before Frederick's torch flickered and the rune ignited to cobalt brilliance. The water stilled, and the oppressive chill lifted slightly. One by one, they progressed through the village, the church doorway, Isaac Miller's bakery, the entrance to the apothecary, and the blacksmith's forge. Each time the blue flame licked the runes, a soft clicking echoed, as though a lock engaged around the village's perimeter. Villagers watched from their windows, hope mingling with fear, trusting that these measures would keep the darkness at bay, though none truly believed it would end the mystery. At the conclusion of the warding, Rowan narrowed his eyes at Marjorie. "The wards hold only until sunrise. Tomorrow, we must find the true source of corruption, this root cause." The destruction of the keeper was a victory, but only a symptom was vanquished. What remains still seeks its foothold. Marjorie nodded. "I will ride at first light to Lindenwood Manor to retrieve any further records of the bell and records of past alliance. Meanwhile, we must gather the council and question those families with old ties to the covenant. Pray that no grudges have grown into malignant hate." Early the next morning, the village gathered in the churchyard. Clusters of families assembled near carved wooden benches, the Harringtons, stout farmers whose name traced back to the Covenant's founding, the Millers, thriving bakers descended from those who first wove bread into the pact, the Ashfords and Blackwoods, families rumored to have expressed skepticism of spirits even decades ago. Each group sat tense, arms folded, glancing at one another warily, as if expecting betrayal to spill from a neighbor's lips. Reverend Devereaux ascended the church steps and raised his hand for silence. Let us pray. Almighty Guardian of Marshwood and Master of all that is good, grant us wisdom. Shine your light into our hearts and guide us to truth. Let no falsehood stand before the power of your grace. A hush enveloped the crowd, and even children ceased their restless chatter. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, gilding the faces of those present. When the prayer concluded, Marjorie stepped forward, ringing the silver bell once more. Its chime clear and calm resonated through every eave and doorway. People of Black Willow, she proclaimed, we stand at a crossroads. We know the pact was broken intentionally. We know someone introduced blood taint into our water. I ask each family with roots tied to Marshwood, speak now. Reveal what you know. Murmurs rose into a low hum. At first, only nervous coughs and shifting feet met her challenge. Then Arthur Blackwood, tall and grim-faced, spoke from the back pew. I will not lie. My father, God rest his soul, harbored bitterness. He spoke of how the spirits demanded too high a price, that every season they took more sacrifice. He died years ago, of illness, but before he passed, he told me he believed the swamp had grown too greedy, and that the guardians had become corrupt. I did not believe him. He was ill and his mind was clouded. But, shortly after his death, our well tasted fowl, and our cattle fell ill. My mother and I prayed for forgiveness, offered newly baked loaves wrapped in salt. The sickness lifted. I thought that was the end. I did not spill blood into the water. But I cannot say there are not others among us who still hold grudges. A tense silence followed. Marjorie and Rowan exchanged glances. Your candor is appreciated, Arthur, Marjorie said gently but firmly. Do you know of anyone else holding similar resentment? Arthur hesitated. No. I thought it was only we. But my cousin, Rowan Ashford, he lived with us that winter. He left abruptly, heading north to seek his fortune. He was always angry, said the swamp spirits had no right to take from us. He believed humanity should stand above such pacts. If anyone heeded my father's bitterness, it would be him. The crowd's shifting intensified. Rowan Ashford, long gone, had the potential motive and means. Now they had a person of interest, though no proof tied him directly to the night of horror. Rowan the mystic stepped forward. Ashford's intentions may have guided spirits, but he is not here now. We must travel to the North Road, follow the path he took, and determine if he still lives, and further, if he maintains contact with any dark forces. Marjorie nodded. I will depart with you just after midday. Until then, the village will fortify. Ensure all wards remain intact, and keep eyes open. We cannot risk another attack. She turned to Reverend Devereaux. Josiah, see that the fields receive blessings and the well is purified. Only after the water is tested and found free of corruption can we consider it safe again. As villagers dispersed, whispers of suspicion trailed behind them like trailing mist. Children ran through the churchyard, imitating arcane symbols scratched by David into the dirt. A few elders lingered, inspecting the runes drawn over windowsills and doors. Blackwood and the Harringtons exchanged somber nods. They recognized their lineage bore a heavy burden, yet none truly knew who among them had crossed the line. By midday, Rowan, Marjorie, Caleb, David, and 2 hired trackers, Jasper Cole, an agile woodsman, and Miriam Hawk, a skilled herbalist, assembled at the northern gate. The path ahead led through brambled trails, over rocky outcrops, and into a swath of forest where Rowan Ashford was last seen. Marjorie carried the silver bell wrapped in a silk cloth. If Ashford still lives and remains allied to the keeper, we may not only find answers but face him directly. Steel your hearts. For this journey, there can be no faltering. Rowan Ansley heft a bundle of sage and incense. I will maintain wards, but near Ashford's old camp, the swamp's influence may weaken our protections. Be alert for sudden changes, a too calm stretch of trail, snatches of whispering voices, or water pooling where it should run. As the group set forth, the sun descended behind them, clouds racing overhead as though heralding the storm of revelations to come. Villagers watched from shuttered windows until only the fading silhouettes remained. Back in Black Willow, the church bell chimed for vespers, and families knelt in prayer, praying that their protectors would return with news of Rowan Ashford, or better still, proof that he had forsaken any allegiance to dark powers. In the hushed twilight, row after row of runes glowed faintly around the village, a halo of hope. But beyond those wards, the unknown stretched into the gathering darkness, and with each step the search party took, the cords of fate tightened. For if Rowan Ashford had indeed embraced the keeper's curse, then the swamp's anger had only found its beginning. And Black Willow, perched at the edge of that murky expanse, would have to brace itself for the true reckoning still to come. The dawn mist still clung to the northern road as Master Rowan, Lady Marjorie Lindenwood, Caleb Ansley, David Hale, Jasper Cole, and Miriam Hawk set off into the forest. Each step carried them deeper away from the safety of Black Willow, into tangled undergrowth and shadowed glades that whispered of ancient secrets. Overhead, the canopy of oak and elm formed a vaulted ceiling, filtering sunlight into fractured beams that danced upon the forest floor. Despite the morning light, the air felt cool and damp, as though the woods exhaled a chill beneath its boughs. Master Rowan led the way, wrapped in a deep green cloak that bore the faint scent of sage and cedar. His staff, a length of ashwood inscribed with protective runes, tapped lightly against the ground with each step. Though his gait was measured, his eyes darted constantly, searching for subtle signs, a displaced stone, a snapped twig, or an out-of-place footprint. Lady Marjorie walked just behind him, clutching the silver bell she'd carried from Lindenwood Manor. Though she wore practical leather boots and a travel cloak, her posture remained regal. The bell, wrapped in a velvet pouch, hung at her hip like a ward of fate. She kept her gaze fixed on the role she had assumed, representing Black Willow's founders, tribunal bearer of the ancient pact. Caleb Ansley, the blacksmith, moved next, his broad shoulders hunched slightly as if bearing a weight of unspoken guilt. He carried a canvas satchel filled with iron filings and small nails, materials Rowan had said could be used to reinforce makeshift wards if needed. Behind Caleb walked Jasper Cole, whose wiry frame and hawk-like gaze made him a natural woodsman. At his belt hung a hunting knife and a pouch of flint for lighting fires. Filling out the procession were David Hale and Miriam Hawk, who paused occasionally to gather handfuls of wild herbs, sage, lavender, and yarrow, whose scent promised to ward off malevolent spirits. David carried extra torches of blue wax in case the group needed to perform on-the-spot rituals, while Miriam's knowledge of healing plants would prove invaluable should anyone be injured or affected by lingering swamp taint. For nearly 2 hours, the trail wound northward, each landmark more unfamiliar than the last. The air was alive with distant bird calls and the rustle of unseen creatures. At one point, Jasper stopped abruptly, crouching low, eyes narrowing. Rowan followed his gaze to a patch of crushed ferns and scuffed earth. "Fresh tracks," Jasper muttered, stepping forward cautiously. He knelt to examine them, 3 prints, each nearly a foot long, set deep in the soft soil. "Larger than a man's footprint," he observed. "Looks like an adult. And not humanoid, more elongated, as if he wore wooden sandals or perhaps had deformed feet." Rowan bent down, tracing one print with his fingertip. "Ashford Barefoot," he whispered. "He earned that name decades ago," said he. "No longer walked like other men after he ventured into the Marshwood's forbidden groves. If these prints belong to him, he's returned to the region we suspected. Everyone keep your distance. Stay quiet." He rose, staff in hand, and led the group forward with renewed urgency. Closing in on Ashford's old camp proved a challenge. The forest thickened, and the path narrowed to a barely perceptible woeful track. Thorns tore at their cloaks as they brushed past scrub and briar. More than once, Jasper paused to cut away tangles, silence descending each time. The sun reached its zenith, high and bright, yet the dense canopy allowed little light to penetrate. A faint stink of rot wafted occasionally on the breeze, remnants of the swamp's influence even miles from its banks. Then, after an hour of trudging uphill, the forest opened to a small clearing bordered by hemlock and alder. In the center lay an abandoned encampment, a solitary, tattered tent of weathered canvas stretched on crooked poles, a scattering of charred logs arranged around a cold fire pit, and numerous flattened patches of dead grass where one might suppose tents once stood. The air here felt heavier, as though memories of past wrongs lingered like a weight. Rowan motioned for everyone to halt. "Ashford's camp," he said softly. "Approach carefully, but be wary of any wards he may have left behind." Caleb and David stepped forward, eyes scanning for symbols etched into the ground or carved on nearby trees. Indeed, 3 feet from the tent's entrance, scratched into the bark of a birch, lay a crude glyph, a spiral crossed by 3 diagonal lines. Miriam, leaning close, murmured, "It's a defilement symbol used to repel good spirits. Whoever walked here attempted to keep benevolent folk away. Likely Ashford, if he returned." Rowan nodded. "Then let us see if we can find signs of ritual." "Fetch the torches, David." David lit a blue wax torch with a steady hand, the flame burning an otherworldly sapphire. He held it aloft as he circled the tent, revealing faint lines of ash, traces of powdered herbs, sentinels marking a circle of protection. He's fortified his ground, David noted. Not ready to welcome visitors. Lady Marjorie instead knelt beside a battered wooden chest lying half buried beneath a fallen pine bough. She brushed away leaves, exposing rusted metal clasps. "This might hold clues," she whispered. With Rowan's permission, she used her dagger to pry it open. Inside lay a disordered array of items, a tarnished dagger with a wavy, water-stained blade, several dried animal skulls painted with streaks of red ochre, and a leather-bound journal whose cover bore a single rune, the same symbol Rowan had used at the village well. "He's been here for some time, and attempted to draw on the old rites," she remarked. Rowan retrieved the journal gingerly. Leaping through the brittle pages, he paused at an entry written in jagged scrawl. "The swamp's fury breathes through my veins. No longer will I be bound by mortal fears. The elders of Black Willow claim to control us, yet it is they who tremble before the Marshwood's might. I have tasted its waters, embraced its darkness. Tonight, I offer my blood as tribute. The keeper shall rise, and all who oppose me shall be swept away as leaves before the tide." A hush fell over the group. The journal confirmed their fears. Rowan Ashford had willingly bound himself to the keeper, sacrificing his humanity to harness the swamp's wrath. Lady Marjorie's hand tightened on the silver bell's pouch. "He wants to become the keeper's vessel," she said, voice tight with indignation. "If he completes this unholy pact, the swamp will become unstoppable." Caleb's knuckles whitened around the handle of his satchel. "Then we must stop him," he growled. "But how? Our wards protected the village, and Rowan banished one spirit, but Ashford's drawn deeper magic. We're in his domain now." Rowan raised his staff, eyes gleaming. "We must find where he lavished another offering, where his blood mingled with the swamp's center. That is where the keeper's power grows. I have studied the patterns of his handwriting. I know he marked a site deeper still, near the Blackwater fen. If we navigate there before sundown, we can intercept him." The group exchanged determined glances. Time felt scarce. Ashford might return at any moment to continue his unholy work. They prepared to venture further, but David's gaze lingered on the blood-stained dagger. "We should gather evidence," he suggested. "That blade could sever the link if the ritual is incomplete. Rowan, can your wards protect us in case Ashford confronts us?" Rowan closed his eyes, murmured a brief incantation, and traced a rune with his finger upon the ground. A faint hum resonated, like the thrum of a distant drum. "This will shield us from minor enchantments, but Ashford's will remain strong. We must remain vigilant." Jasper and Miriam scouted ahead, weaving through brambles and hollowed trunks as Rowan and Lady Marjorie followed with the rest. The forest darkened as midday shadows deepened, the air growing humid and thick. The smell of decaying leaves mixed with hints of rotting fruit and swamp algae. The closer they neared the fen, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the ground. Oak branches swayed as if caught in a sudden gust. Rowan raised a hand. "Stand fast." He held out a handful of powdered iron filings, scattering them onto the forest floor. The particles formed a faint barrier, clinking together like tiny bells. This should slow any spectral approach. As they advanced, they came upon a raised mound of earth, fresh, dark, and still wet beneath the surface leaves. Roots curled around it like black serpents. At the mound's apex, a shallow depression formed a small basin. Rowan knelt to inspect it. Smeared on the damp soil was crimson, still slick, though drying at the edges. "Fresh blood," he whispered. "This is where Ashford offered himself to the keeper." The basin's water collected in a small hollow beneath the mossy stone. When Rowan gently splashed a bit of sage-infused water into it, the fluid hissed and boiled, then stilled into an oily black swirl. "The curse anchors here," he said gravely. "We must break it." Lady Marjorie removed the silver bell from its pouch. Though not rung regularly, its resonance held weight beyond mortal hearing. She raised it, but Master Rowan stopped her. "Not yet. That bell's sound must be pure, untainted. If Ashford stands upon the mound when you ring it, the keeper's power will deflect its chime and strengthen him. We need to lure him away, create a moment where he leaves that patch unguarded." A distant crackle of thunder echoed overhead. Clouds gathered, dark and brooding. "We have no time to lose," Caleb said. "He'll return soon to complete the rite." David nodded. "Then we act now, we dig away the contaminated earth." He plunged a dagger into the soil near the basin's edge, testing its depth. "We must remove every layer until we reach untainted ground. Perhaps then, the keeper's bond will fracture." Rowan placed his staff on the mound's surface, chanting under his breath. The blue flame torches bowed to his will, flickering in anticipation. Those who would mend this blight must act with swiftness and unwavering purpose. David, dig. Miriam, collect root sigils. Caleb, prepare any iron nails or tokens you can find. Jasper, stand guard at the tree line, watch for Ashford's approach. Lady Marjorie, wait until I give the signal to ring the bell. David scraped at the soil, shoveling handfuls away. Each spadeful revealed more crimson-stained earth. Miriam knelt beside him, plucking damp ferns and tying them into small bundles, her root sigils that, when tied to iron spikes, could serve as anchors to pull the taint from the land. Caleb hammered nails into short stumps of wood, crafting makeshift crosses. The air was heavy, each breath tasting faintly of blood and rot. Every dig, every rustle of fern under Miriam's hands set the tension deeper in their bones. Above them, the sky broke open. Rain began to spatter, cold droplets hissing as they landed. The fiendish weather seemed to match Ashford's defilement of the land. Rowan's chant grew louder, drawing strength from the charged atmosphere. By ancestral pact and by the bell's clear tone, we sever the bond of blood and bone. The torches flared, their blue light pushing back the swirling darkness. Around the mound, the barrier of iron filings glowed faintly, a fragile ripple of resistance. Suddenly, from the treeline, Jasper's voice broke the rhythmic scraping of shovels. "They're coming." A trio of dark figures emerged between the trees, tall, hunched forms clad in sodden robes. At their head strode Rowan Ashford, his pale eyes burning like dull embers beneath a shock of tangled hair. His lips curved in a cruel smirk as if he'd been expecting them all along. At his feet slithered two lanky apprentices, Tobias Reed and Emmeline Crow, siblings reputed for dabbling in forbidden knowledge. Each carried a dagger buffed to a mirror sheen. As the raindrops fell heavier, Emmeline crouched, retrieving a small iron bowl from beneath her cloak. It contained a mixture of the swamp's black water and blood. She raised it high, chanting words that reverberated through the forest floor. The combination of Ashford's presence and the unholy lament shook the ground, roots quivered, and the rain seemed to freeze midair. The mound beneath Rowan's group trembled, as though resisting some invisible force. Rowan steadied himself atop the remaining patch of clean earth. "Ashford," he called, voice calm yet infused with authority. "Abandon this path while you may. Your ancestors' spirits weep at your betrayal. Renounce this dark covenant, and you may yet find redemption." Ashford's answer was a slow, mocking clap. "Redemption?" He spat rainwater onto the patch of bare earth. "Redemption belonged to those too fearful to seize true power. I have tasted the Keeper's breath, his might courses within me. You know nothing of ambition, Rowan, only the complacency of peace. Watch as I complete this ritual, and plunge Black Willow into the depths of true fear." With a sharp cry, Emmeline flung the blackened liquid from the iron bowl onto the mound where David and Miriam labored. The water splashed against Rowan's ankles, seeping into the newly dug trench. Immediately, the sacred seeds Miriam pressed into the soil frizzled, emitting a sickly odor. David stumbled back, shielding his eyes. "It's corrosive," he shouted. "It tears at anything pure it touches." Caleb slammed an iron nail into the wet ground near Ashford's feet, connecting to Rowan's warded lines. Sparks flew as the corrupted liquid hissed upon contact with the iron. Ashford snarled, lunging at Caleb with inhuman speed. "Fool! You think your metal can bind me?" He thrust a hand forward, and a wave of shadow erupted, knocking Caleb off his feet, sending him sprawling into a patch of thorned roots. The iron nail bent as if softened, an affront to Caleb's craft. Meanwhile, Tolkien Ashford, or rather, Rowan's brother, closed the distance between himself and Lady Marjorie. She lifted the silver bell, intent on striking it to break Ashford's concentration. But before she could, Ashford's apprentice Tobias raised a long, jagged staff carved from swamp wood. With a gesture, he sent a volley of black tendrils snaking toward Marjorie. She spun aside, stumbling backward into David's path. The tendrils curled in pursuit, as though alive, lashing at the ground with an eerie hiss. Rowan, his robes plastered to his frame by rain, planted his staff firmly into the earth. He took a deep breath, muttering an invocation for clarity, until his pale eyes glowed like ice. "Ashford Barefoot," he called, voice resonating through the clearing, "your journey ends here." With that, he struck his staff downward, channeling ancestral power. A jagged bolt of silver light shot from the staff's tip, cleaving the rain-filled air, scouring a path toward Ashford's feet. Tobias's staff shattered in his grasp, and he howled as he tumbled backward. Ashford, eyes blazing with desperation, turned his attention fully on Rowan. "You dare challenge me? I will drown your resolve in fear itself." He raised both arms, and from the mound beneath him, the corrupted soil erupted as sinewy roots shot forth. They snaked around Rowan's staff, coiling like constrictors. The force threatened to pull Rowan off his feet. But Caleb, recovered from his fall, lunged forward, forging a path through willow-like tendrils. He knelt beside Rowan's staff and pressed a second iron nail into the ground. The connection jolted Rowan's staff, resonating with an otherworldly hum. The roots writhed and recoiled at the combined power of iron and divine will. Rowan found purchase, gritting his teeth as he yanked his staff free, shredding the writhing root. As the clearing shook, Lady Marjorie seized her chance. Raising the silver bell high above her head, she gave a single, decisive strike to its rim. The bell's clear, resonant chime rang out, cutting through the tumult like a lance of truth. At first, the sound seemed swallowed by the roiling clouds. Then, as if answering a summons, it grew louder, the pure metallic tone echoing across the forest. At the bell's peal, Ashford's eyes widened in shock. The corrupted root slithered back beneath the surface, hissing in defeat. His robes billowed as he staggered, clutching his head, as though the bell's sound scorched his mind. Rowan advanced, staff crackling with silver energy, and clasped the hilt of his brother's dagger. "Now, Lady Marjorie," he commanded. Marjorie nodded and struck the bell again, its chime growing more intense, resonating with every pulse of Rowan's wards. The clearing shook as a low rumble rose from the ground, stone and root quaking, as if the very earth sought to expel Ashford's corruption. Under the combined pressure of Rowan's invocation and the bell's resonance, Ashford dropped to one knee. With tortured eyes, he gazed at the mound of tainted earth and wept. "Father, forgive me," he rasped, voice thick with remorse. Rowan stepped forward, drawing the dagger and pressing its tip against the mound. "Your path led you astray, brother. But now you return. Place your hand upon this blade and face the consecration. Only then will the keeper's hold be shattered." Ashford's gaze lashed between the blade and the bell. He hesitated for a moment as the second hand of time slowed, then lifted his hand to place it atop the dagger. As soon as his skin touched the cold steel, light surged from Rowan's staff, coursing through the blade, driving a beam of purity into Ashford's palm. A heart-rending scream erupted as the corrupted lifeblood burned and was drawn from his body. He gasped, collapsing onto the grass. The mound of earth beneath him trembled and then cracked open, revealing a pool of black, viscous water. Mary Marjorie struck the bell once more, the resounding chime causing the dark pool to fissure, its waters hissing as they were purified into clear, rippling liquid. Rustling footsteps from the tree line signaled that Tobias and Emmeline tried to flee. Jasper Cole, ever swift, darted forward, seizing Tobias and wresting the broken staff from his grasp. Emmeline, seeing her brother ensnared, turned to run only to find Miriam Hawk waiting, dagger drawn. "There is no escape," Miriam said, her eyes burning with determination. As Tobias and Emmeline were bound in iron chains, Rowan placed a hollowed wooden bowl beneath the fissure in the mound, collecting drops of the purified water. "This shall be taken back to Black Willow," he said softly. "Once I consecrate it, their homes and fields will be safe again." Lady Marjorie knelt beside Ashford, now pale and shaking. "You broke the covenant," she whispered, her voice gentle but unwavering. "Your ambition cost us dearly." Ashford wept, head bowed in shame. "I thought I could bend the keeper's power to my will," he said, voice trembling. "But I was a fool. I sought to rule rather than protect. I failed." Rowan laid a hand on Ashford's shoulder. "Redemption is not easily earned, but it is not beyond reach. In saving this village, you have taken the first step. Bear your penance with humility, seek healing in the light, and your grandfather's spirit may yet rest easy." As the rain began to ease, the cleansing torches dimmed to gentle flickers. The once corrupted mound had been purged, and the mist coalesced into strands of gentle steam that rose skyward. Beneath them, Tobias Reed and Emmeline Crow lay bound, fearful and remorseful, awaiting judgment. Jasper and Miriam held them in guard until the guards from Black Willow could arrive. Lady Marjorie looked at Rowan. "Now that the keeper's hold is broken, we must return and restore the villagers' trust. We shall carry this water to the well as proof that the curse has been lifted." Rowan nodded, his expression serene. "Let us do so at once. The people of Black Willow need to believe that dawn's light has triumphed over darkness." He turned toward the path home, now dappled with sunlight as the clouds parted, feeling the weight of responsibility ease ever so slightly. The forest seemed to exhale with relief, bird calls resuming in tentative celebration. The group began the journey back, bearing with them the cleansed water, the bound apprentices, and the chance for Ashford's redemption. Behind them, the forest fell silent once more, as if acknowledging the end of one dark chapter and the promise of a new beginning. The Marshwood had endured centuries of broken vows and whispered betrayals. Now, in this moment of reckoning, the ancient spirits could finally rest, at least until the next generation forgot the price of peace. The path back to Black Willow stretched before them under a sky now cleared of storm clouds, soft beams of sunlight filtering through the canopy. Though the forest seemed to relax in the wake of Rowan's triumphant binding, a tense energy still clung to the air. Rowan held the wooden bowl of purified water carefully, shielding it from stray dust. Beside him, Lady Marjorie Lindenwood walked with measured grace, her once pristine travel cloak now smudged with mud and ash. Caleb Ansley trailed, dragging one iron chain that bound Tobias Reed's ankles, while Jasper Cole kept Emmeline Crow in check behind them. David Hale and Miriam Hawk followed, the former holding the second bowl, ensuring no drop of the swamp's corruption remained uncollected. With each step, memories of the ritual resurfaced, the haunting call of the keeper, the ecstatic fear in Ashford's expression, and the final resonant chime of the silver bell. Ashford had fallen to his knees when the bond shattered, tears flowing freely as the corrupted earth cracked open and the blackwater pool collapsed into itself. Tobias and Emmeline, his ill-fated apprentices, had tried to flee temptation of dark promise unfulfilled. But for all their cunning, they had underestimated Rowan's ancient wards and the power of true lineage embodied in Marjorie's silver bell. Now, bound in iron chains that rattled softly with each footstep, the two siblings were silent, eyes averted, shame and fear etched into their faces. As they neared the village, the sight of Black Willow's palisade freshly warded with runes glowing faintly in midday light brought relief. At the gate, a handful of villagers waited, Reverend Josiah Devereaux, Isaiah Miller the baker, Rosanna Graves, and a small guard of armed townspeople. They stared at the returning party with a mixture of hope and wariness. The moment Rowan stepped forward, head held high and staff glowing faintly, a hush descended over the waiting crowd. Reverend Devereaux raised his hand. "Master Rowan, Lady Marjorie, you have returned. The water will it cleanse our well?" Rowan inclined his head, voice calm but tinged with weariness. "Yes. The corrupted covenant stain has been purified. This water contains no trace of the keeper's malice. It carries the strength of our ancestors' pact, redeemed in the light of truth." He held the bowl forward. "Reverend, it is yours to pour." The cleric accepted the bowl reverently and gestured to Isaiah Miller, who had positioned a simple wooden bucket beneath the well's stone rim. With solemn movements, Reverend Devereaux poured the purified water into the well, chanting a blessing that mingled ancient dialects with simple prayers for grace. As water hissed into the depths, a faint golden glow rippled up the well's tunnel, then subsided into stillness. Isaiah dipped a ladle and tasted the well water, nodding as he offered a sip to Rosanna, who in turn nodded and handed it to a curious guard. The crowd exhaled softly, the well water flowed clear and sweet once more. Lady Marjorie stepped forward, raising the silver bell. "Hear this chime, citizens of Black Willow," she announced. She struck the bell once. Its pure tone resonated across the square, seeming to erase the last shadows in every corner. "Let its sound remind us that peace is not found through fear or domination, but through unity and respect for ancient oaths. Today we renew our vow, that no greed shall darken our land again." The tones faded, leaving tranquil quiet in their wake. Across the square, Caleb Ansley and Jasper Cole led Tobias Reed and Emmeline Crow, their wrists and ankles bound by iron chain. The villagers watched as the siblings were escorted to a makeshift holding cell near the old mill. Tobias glared at the crowd, defiance flickering in his eyes, but Emmeline's gaze remained lowered, a silent acknowledgement of guilt. Rowan turned his attention to Ashford, who rested on a gurney supported by David and Miriam. His face was pallid, and his shirt bore dried patches of blood from his ritual. When the group halted, Rowan addressed him quietly, "You have been freed from the keeper's grasp, brother. But your path to redemption begins now." Ashford's eyes were hollow. "I will accept whatever penance you deem necessary," he whispered, voice cracking. Reverend Devereaux stepped forward, hand on Ashford's shoulder. We will grant you mercy, but only if you commit to rebuilding what you have broken. Your service to Black Willow starts with aiding in our purification efforts and rebuilding the trust you shattered." Ashford nodded, head lowered in contrition. "I will do all I can." Once the well was purified, villagers gathered at the threshing barn, where large kettles had been set over roaring fires. Here, Rowan and Miriam mixed healing herbs into boiling water, preparing salves and teas to soothe any lingering taint in the villagers' homes. Women and children filled basins with clean water from the well, returning to their cottages to wash away the marks of corruption, grime, streaks of sludge, and any lingering scent of decay. Meanwhile, men worked to dismantle any protective wards that had been hastily erected on farms outside the palisade, since the threat had subsided. As the sun climbed higher, the mood in Black Willow shifted from caution to cautious optimism. Children played along the edges of the square, mimicking the rituals they had witnessed, drawing chalk circles on the ground and pretending to ward off imaginary spirits. Adults smiled tentatively, relieved that the keeper's rage had been stilled. Even Arthur Blackwood, once suspected of harboring ancestral bitterness, walked among the crowd, tears glistening in his eyes as he offered apologies to neighbors whose trust he might have unsettled. In the afternoon light, murmurs of forgiveness began to ripple through the crowd, as if the very act of healing the land had softened hearts left hardened by fear. As evening approached, Rowan gathered the village council in the small chamber above the town hall. Lady Marjorie, Reverend Devereux, Rosanna Graves, Caleb Ansley, David Hale, and Miriam Hawke assembled around a sturdy oak table. Ashford, though weak, was seated in a chair at the table's end, flanked by two guards to ensure he could not slip away. The weight of responsibility pressed upon each participant as they recounted the day's events and made plans for the future. Rowan cleared his throat. "We have undone the immediate threat and broken Ashford's bond with the keeper, but our work is not finished. First, we must decide Ashford's path to atonement. He must serve the village for a time, perhaps as an apprentice to our local healers, to learn humility and compassion." Ashford met Rowan's gaze, nodding resolutely. Lady Marjorie leaned forward, voice steady. "I believe he should also oversee the restoration of those families whose lands and livelihoods were most affected. We will establish a council to manage equitable distribution of resources, grain, water, and tools to ensure no farmer suffers due to corruption." She paused, glancing at Reverend Devereux. "Of course, all financial burdens will be borne by the Lindenwood estate until Ashford has proven himself." Several council members murmured approval, though concern shadowed their eyes. Restoration would be costly and laborious. Reverend Devereux folded his hands. "From a moral standpoint, Ashford must also make public amends. Perhaps a ceremony at the church, where he admits his guilt and seeks the community's forgiveness. We will hold that at dawn, a day of confession and penance in true sight of God and all." Ashford's throat bobbed as he swallowed. "I accept these conditions," he said quietly. "I have forsaken the right to my privacy." Some council members nodded, others exchanged glances, but no one denied his words. Rosanna Graves added, "We must also ensure that no similar temptation arises." I propose that we establish an archive of the Covenant lore copies of the old ledger, safeguarded in the church vault, so future generations understand the price of neglecting the pact. The council agreed unanimously. Maps would be copied, cryptic symbols carefully catalogued, villagers educated on their significance. Lessons of humility and reverence for the Marshwood spirits would be taught in the coming weeks. Finally, David Hale stood, glancing at the bound siblings still detained downstairs. What of Tobias Reed and Emmeline Crow? They were complicit, though perhaps not fully aware of the consequences. Should they be banished, imprisoned, or given a chance at redemption? A hush fell. Lady Marjorie closed her eyes, considering. They were instruments of Ashford's ambition. If they show genuine remorse, they too should find a path to atonement, perhaps laboring alongside those they helped harm, under supervision. But if they resist, they must face the law. Black Willow cannot harbor those who consort with dark magic. Tobias and Emmeline's faces flickered in the council's collective memory, Tobias's defiant glare and Emmeline's tear-streaked shame. Reverend Devereaux nodded gravely. Let us pray they choose the right path. As night deepened outside, the council adjourned. Villagers still lit their hearth fires and gathered around tables in kitchens, recounting the day's redemption. Ashford and the siblings were taken to the church dungeons for a night's confinement. The cold, damp stones served as a reminder of the darkness they had unleashed. Rowan escorted them in silence, pausing at the dungeon door to speak quietly. Dawn brings both reckoning and hope. If you truly repent, show your heart. If not, know that Marshwood spirits are ever watchful. Ashford met his gaze steadily. I will prove myself. After the door clanged shut, Rowan climbed the narrow steps to the church loft, pausing to look down at the empty pews illuminated by flickering candlelight. Outside, the moon cast silver patterns across the cobbled square, but the village felt brighter even in darkness now that fear had been replaced with purpose. He descended to find Lady Marjorie waiting by the church door, the silver bell cradled in both hands. Will we rest tonight? She asked quietly, voice weary. Rowan offered a half smile. We rest by dawn tomorrow. Tonight, I must speak with Rosanna. She believes there may be additional fragments of the old Covenant ledger buried beneath Lindenwood Manor. We should secure every clue before the archives are sealed. Lady Marjorie nodded. Then let us retrieve them. The future of Black Willow depends on our vigilance. Together, they walked toward the Lindenwood estate, moonlight guiding their steps. As they passed shuttered windows and quiet cottages, Rowan could sense the collective heartbeat of a community renewed, one that would survive its own darkness by forging unity and respect for forces beyond mortal ken. In the stillness of that night, against the backdrop of a peaceful village, Rowan felt a flicker of satisfaction. The Keeper's terror had been quelled, the Covenant restored, and an era of renewal beckoned. But he also knew the Marshwood's memory was long and cunning. No one could predict when another shadow might arise. For now, though, Black Willow slept beneath a protective veil of warding runes and ancestral pledges, a testament to the strength of those who chose to stand together in the face of ancient dread. Dawn's pale light crept through the high windows of Lindenwood Manor, illuminating dust motes that danced like ethereal sparks in the silent morning air. Lady Marjorie and Master Rowan stood in the central hall, surveying the grand, but long unused, interior. Heavy tapestries depicting generations of Lindenwoods dressed in regal robes and bearing crests of swans and reeds line the walls. A grand staircase curved upward on both sides to a second-floor balcony, from which the faint echoes of Black Willow's renewed life drifted through the open windows below. "We have seldom been here together in peace, Rowan," Marjorie murmured. Her voice, normally brisk and authoritative, softened with nostalgia as she ran a fingertip across the carved nameplate on the steps banister, Lindenwood. She turned to the mystic. "Before we seek out the ledger fragments, tell me what you hope to find here beyond mere texts. There must be something more." Rowan nodded, his pale eyes reflecting both determination and sorrow. The Old Covenant ledger was bound in black leather, but more importantly, it was enchanted so that only those of Lindenwood blood could unlock its secrets fully. "I suspect that when Black Willow's founders sealed their pact with the Marshwood spirits, they imbued the ledger with protective wards so that if anyone tried to tamper with it, the ink would fade. Pages would warp, or illusions would cloak its meaning. We need to recover every fragment before it succumbs to time and moisture, else future generations may never understand the terms of the covenant or know how to renew it properly." Marjorie's lips curved into a slight, bittersweet smile. "Then we must hurry. Even now, the threat of other dark magics lingers. Tobias Reed and Emmeline Crow may reveal parts of the ledger if questioned, but these walls likely hold the original chapters if they haven't succumbed to rot. Father always said the manor was built with oak aged under the swamps themselves. It may be more resilient to decay here than in Black Willow's damp barns." Rowan gestured toward the staircase. "Let us ascend carefully. I will place simple wards at each landing to guard against residual enchantments. The ledger fragments are likely hidden in the archives, but they might be scattered, perhaps stored as loose pages across several secret compartments. We must be thorough." Marjorie knelt before a small pedestal at the staircase base and traced a protective rune in the dust, whispering an incantation specific to her family's lineage. As she completed the pattern, the glyph glowed faintly for a heartbeat before dissipating. Rowan added his own ward, murmuring a phrase in an ancient tongue. The two runes combined formed a subtle barrier that shimmered invisibly in the air, enough to ward off idle spirits or any illusions left to deter intruders. The grand staircase creaked beneath their weight as they ascended. At the first landing, Rowan paused and ran his hand along a carved panel depicting three reeds bending in the wind. "The Reeds family once served as keepers of the covenant sacraments," he explained. "Sometimes they were entrusted to hold copies of the ledger when tensions ran high. It's possible that they, or Tobias's ancestors, removed pages and hid them here. We should investigate these panels for hidden latches." Marjorie nodded and reached for a small brass knob disguised as a decorative tack. She turned it gently, and a concealed door swung open to reveal a shallow alcove lined with gray velvet. Inside lay two dusty leather-bound codices, each perhaps untouched for decades. She lifted one to her nose and inhaled. The scent of old parchment and time-lost ink filled her senses. "This could be an old Covenant supplement," she whispered. "Let us open it carefully." Rowan produced a silver letter opener, its blade etched with tiny lindenwood swans. He slid it between the cover and the first page, gently prizing them apart. The pages crackled under his touch, revealing thick parchment covered in spidery handwriting. Marjorie crouched beside him, casting soft light from a small lantern. The first codex bore the heading, in faded gold ink, "Supplement to the Covenant of Reeds, 1736A. D." The pages below detailed seasonal regulations, how much salt to leave on the altar, which herbs to intertwine with sacrifices, and which harvest offerings to present at specific moon phases. But as Rowan leafed on, the ink began to waver. One entire folio, containing instructions for the Ember Fall Vigil, had dissolved into a brown smear, leaving only faint outlines of words. Marjorie's face fell. If these supplements fade, the villagers will lose practical guidance. We must transcribe quickly. She extracted a small notebook from her cloak and passed a quill to Rowan. "Write what remains legible." As Rowan wrote, a sudden chill swept through the landing. The oil lantern flickered violently. Marjorie looked up, brow furrowed. "Rowan, did you feel that? It's as though something brushed against my shoulder." Rowan paused, quill hovering over the page. "I sense a presence like a vestigial memory of the Keeper's ritual. But it is fading. Perhaps it is best we gather what we can and move on." He closed the codex and set it aside. "Let us leave a temporary ward and not linger. We must reach the upper archives before the sun sets. I fear the summer heat will render this building's defenses weaker." With their spoils wrapped in cloth and tucked carefully into a satchel, Rowan and Marjorie continued up the stairs, each step ascending them both physically and into the past. They entered a corridor lined with portraits of ancestors, stern-faced men and women in Elizabethan attire, each labeled with dates, some genealogies stretching back to the founding of the Covenant. As they passed a portrait of Lord Henry Lindenwood, his eyes seemed to follow them, almost as if warning them to be swift. Marjorie ran a gloved finger over the nameplate. He was the first to inscribe the Covenant with gold leaf. "Some say his spirit lingers, vigilant against betrayal." Rowan paused. "He may yet aid us. Speak his name softly and place a token, a single reed at the frame's base. It is an offering to remind him of our fidelity." Marjorie produced a sprig of reed from her pouch silver-tipped cane that grew along Marshwood's margins and laid it at the frame's base. She murmured a brief prayer of lineage, "Ancestors of Lindenwood, behold your descendants. We seek your guidance in safeguarding our people." For a moment, the narrow hallway fell silent, and the heavy hush felt as if it held its breath. Then a faint breeze rustled the edges of Rowan's cloak, and he smiled. "He acknowledges our request, if only in spirit." At the corridor's end, they found a door marked Archives. Its hinges groaned a protest as Rowan pushed it open. Inside lay a cavernous room, floor-to-ceiling shelves laden with scrolls, codices, and binding implements. Shafts of sunlight filtered through dust-streaked windows, illuminating fine motes that hung in the air like suspended crystals. Ladles of parchment scraps spilled from overturned ink pots, testament to decades of neglect. At the far wall stood an oak lectern holding a massive leather folio, its metal clasp tarnished with verdigris. Marjorie approached the lectern reverently. The folio's cover bore the heraldic arms of Lindenwood, a swan crest bounded by reed reeds. She set her lantern on a nearby table, revealing the ledger's spine. This must be the heart of the Covenant, original texts that detail the binding ritual itself. If we can decipher this, we can ensure the pact remains unbroken for centuries. Rowan knelt to examine the clasp. Tiny runes were engraved in a circle around a central swan emblem. These runes form a key, a mnemonic lock requiring knowledge of the Covenant's history to open safely. One misstep, and the ink might poison the pages, or a ward could trigger a curse. He produced a small silver key inscribed with matching runes, an heirloom passed down in the Lindenwood line. Marjorie fitted the key into the clasp and turned it slowly. The mechanism clicked audibly, and the folio's cover swung open to reveal parchment pages densely covered in elegant script. As they leaned over the pages, Rowan's brows rose. By the founder's hand, this is in Latin and an older dialect. It begins with the creation chronicle of Marshwood spirits, then elaborates on the first covenant ceremony. He carefully turned to the chapter marked with the red ribbon, Rite of the Three Offerings. Underneath, the instructions described how to present bread, salt, and silver chalices at the junction of Marshwood's twin waters, while invoking the spirits by name. The ledger also described how to consecrate each item: bread baked from wheat planted in consecrated soil, salt harvested from the evaporated waters where the swamp's purity remained, and silver mined from the Sable Hills, purified through fire to rid it of any mortal taint. But as Rowan read on, a chill crept over him. Marjorie, look at this. He pointed to a segment near the bottom of the page describing a sealing covenant, an addendum, hidden in faint ink. Should mortal folly sow blood where purity once reigned, the keeper shall awaken and corrupt the waters. To restore balance, one must recover the bell's resonance at the confluence of two streams on Ember Night, and present atonement offerings at the roots of the elder cypress. Marjorie gulped, running a finger along the lines. Ember Night. That aligns with the night of the full harvest moon, just over 2 weeks away. If we cannot locate the proper silver bell or replicate its resonance before then, the keeper's power may resurge with greater strength. She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath. We must secure this ledger and return to Black Willow without delay. Then we prepare for Ember Night. Rowan snapped the folio shut, their next steps clear. Gather everything. I will create a temporary ward to protect the ledger until we return. Tobias and Emmeline must not gain access to these pages. We will keep them safe under lock and key in the church vault, where only the ordained and trusted council members may glimpse them. The two worked swiftly. Rowan laid protective runes around a lectern, while Marjorie gathered the open folio, encasing it in a velvet-lined chest she carried. In one sweep of their lantern's glow, they noticed flickering shadows in the far corners of the room, shapes that recoiled at the wards. "The manor still remembers," Rowan said quietly. "Its walls know of our purpose here." Marjorie nodded, more resolved than ever. As they descended the grand staircase, carrying the ledger chest between them, the manor seemed to exhale, as if releasing a hold it had kept for generations. Outside, the morning sun rode higher, and a gentle breeze whispered through the open windows, brushing aside stray cobwebs. But as they approached the front doors, a sudden rap echoed through the hall, a signal that someone had come. Marjorie and Rowan exchanged wary glances. She set the chest down and held up her hand, raising a warding sigil in the air. "Hold," she said, voice firm. Rowan prepared his staff. Another knock followed, louder and more urgent. At Marjorie's nod, Rowan cast a protective ward over the doorway. The oak doors swung open slightly, and Reverend Devereux's anxious face peered inside. "The village holds," he said, entering quickly. Behind him came Theodore Barnes, freckled with sweat, and Rosanna Graves, her shawl wrapped tightly around her shoulders. "We have word from Caleb," Theodore said, breathless. "He has begun clearing corrupted soil from the fields and distributing fresh seed and salt to every farmer. But there is unrest among the northern families. They say once the Ember Night approaches, the swamp may call again. We must prepare defenses." Marjorie closed her eyes, steeling herself. "We have the ledger, Father. We know the rite of the 3 offerings and how to prepare for Ember Night. But we need time, 2 weeks. We must call for a council meeting tonight, set tasks for every family, collect wheat for consecrated bread, gather salt from the old salt flats, refine silver 1 ounce per household. Each must bring their offering to the elder cypress on Ember Night. Only then can we hope to prevent the keeper's resurgence." Rosanna nodded. "And I will transcribe all the relevant passages we can from memory for those who cannot read Latin or the old dialect. However, I fear some pages in the ledger may already be too fragile for handling. We must take utmost care in copying them." Reverend Devereux pressed a hand to his chest. "Then I will announce this to the villagers as a day of unity Ember Vigil, to commemorate the courage of the Lindenwoods and to bind Black Willow's fate in solidarity. We will forge the offerings together, in secret, so that no one may falter or sabotage our efforts." Rowan turned to the Rev and placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Your leadership will be essential. Show them that our cause is righteous, that the covenant still stands. Let no spark of fear lead them astray, remind them that the swamp spirits once protected them, and must be called upon again in kinship." Devereux inhaled, meeting Rowan's eyes. "I will not fail." He bowed his head briefly, then hurried past Rowan and Marjorie, crossing the hall to leave the manor. Theodore followed, calling over his shoulder, "We will need help at the granary, map out the fields and ensure no corrupted seed remains in store. I go to rally the farmers." Rosanna lingered a moment, her eyes flickering to Rowan. "I'll help transcribe this ledger. We have much work to do." When the last of them departed, Marjorie and Rowan exchanged a tired glance. The grand hall felt emptier without the council's presence, but the hush was not unwelcome, a moment's respite before the storm of preparations. Marjorie gently shut the heavy doors to the entryway, leaving them slightly ajar so light could filter in. "We have accomplished much, Rowan, but the true test awaits on Ember Night." Rowan placed a hand atop the velvet chest. "Yes. Ember Night falls on October 15th, 2 weeks exactly. We return to Black Willow now, so that tonight's council meeting may set everyone in motion. But first, I must tend to Ashford. He needs rest and guidance. His service to Black Willow must begin with humility." He met Marjorie's eyes. "Will you accompany me to the church, so that we can ensure the ledger's safety and update the wards?" Marjorie nodded, winding her cloak about her shoulders. "Then let us take our leave. The Covenant's legacy must never be lost to darkness again." Together, they descended the stairs and stepped out into the crisp morning air. Lindenwood Manor's gates closed behind them with a firm clang, echoing to the surrounding woods. As they mounted their horses, Rowan's a sturdy grey mare, Marjorie's a sleek black stallion, they felt the weight of history pressing on their shoulders, the well-being cleansed, Ashford's bond broken. And now the looming Ember Vigil to reaffirm the Covenant. The path back to Black Willow was familiar under hoof. Yet as the Manor's silhouette receded in the distance, Rowan sensed that their journey had only begun, and that the true struggle for unity, for redemption, and to preserve the fragile balance between mortal and spirit lay ahead in the trials of the coming days. The morning sun rose over Black Willow like a promise. Though the village still bore the scars of recent horrors, charred patches of field, runes faintly glowing at doorways, the people moved with a renewed sense of purpose. The 2-week window until Ember Night had begun in earnest, and every household was now bound by a common goal, to honor the ancient covenant and ensure that no taint of blood or corruption remained in Marshwood's bounty. Council meeting at dawn. Before first light, the church bell tolled for an extraordinary assembly. Rows of villagers filled the pews, farmers in soiled tunics, bakers dusted with flour, smiths with soot-streaked faces, and even a handful of children tucked in blankets, their sleepy eyes wide with curiosity. Reverend Josiah Devereaux stood at the pulpit, flanked by Master Rowan and Lady Marjorie Lindenwood. In the east-facing window, sunlight crept over painted glass, illuminating the ledger chest now sealed behind sturdy oak doors. Reverend Devereaux spoke first, his voice calm but resolute. "People of Black Willow, the time has come to renew our covenant with Marshwood. 2 weeks remain until Ember Night, and we must gather our offerings, bread, salt, and silver, so that the spirits may once more recognize us as true stewards of this land." There was a murmur of assent, followed by the sound of shuffling feet. "Let each family appoint a representative to bring their consecrated offering to the elder cypress at dusk on Ember Night. Should any falter, our pact may fail." Lady Marjorie then addressed the assembly. "My family's records have been recovered, and we know exactly how to prepare these offerings. First, each farmer must provide 1 loaf of bread baked from grain grown in fields purified by sage smoke. To every baker, gather flour from the granary, no kernels from tainted harvests, and knead the dough beneath the church's protective ward during the Vesper Vigil. Each loaf must be stamped with the lindenwood swan as a sign of purity. She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle. Second, each household must contribute a handful of salt. But not just any salt drawn from the northern flats at dawn, when the tide's kiss leaves crystalline residue. Collected with clean hands in clay bowls blessed by Reverend Devereaux, and let no one speak ill of it until ember night, for words carry weight in the spirit realm. Master Rowan stepped forward. Finally, each family must offer silver. You need not fashion a chalice, even a single silver coin or a small plate will suffice, so long as the metal is purified by flame. Take your silver to Caleb's forge at twilight. He and his apprentices will heat it in the crucible of clear fire, letting no soot touch it, for any impurity invites the keeper's gaze. He lifted a folded parchment. Here is a schedule for the next 14 days, when to visit the granary, when to collect salt, when to come to the forge. We will divide the work so that no one labors at the wrong hour. I urge you to follow it precisely. Marshwood spirits are meticulous. As Rowan finished, the congregation rose in solemn unison. The first task, a group of farmers stepped forward to inspect their fields. Another band of villagers prepared baskets for salt gathering at dawn. A queue already formed outside the smithy. Field work and purification. By midday, teams were dispatched to the granary. Theodore Barnes, alongside two other senior farmers, Isabel Whitmore and Simon Bradford, began sorting stored grain. With brooms in hand, they swept away bits of broken cob, stray straw, and anything that looked scorched or foul. Once the floor was cleared, Rowan's scrolls were spread on long oak tables. Isabel read aloud the ancient verses that had once consecrated the soil, her voice echoing faintly in the high-ceilinged barn. Gentle earth, we honor you, from your depths comes our bread. Let no blemish linger here, sanctify these kernels with our gratitude. As she recited, Simon sprinkled sage smoke through the rafters, the fragrant tendrils curling upward. Theodore then scattered salt in a wide circle around the grain piles, murmuring his own prayer, by this salt, we ward off decay, by righteous deed, we claim your peace. When the purification was complete, sacks of grain were sealed and marked with chalk symbols indicating their blessing. The farmers loaded them onto carts, bound for the village bakeries. Bakeries in haste. In the heart of the village, Isaac Miller's bakery and his neighbors, Greta Homes, bustled with activity. Large kneading tables were dusted with flour, women of all ages pressed dough between their fingers in precise, circular motions. Greta's apprentice, Evelyn Park, sculpted tiny swan-shaped seals from dough and pressed them into each loaf's surface. The mark represented not only the covenant's purity but also an emblem of gratitude to the marsh spirits. Greta oversaw a group of children whose small hands shaped loaves into neat rounds. Remember, every loaf must rise under the Vesper Vigil's ward, she instructed. After night falls, light a single white candle beside the dough and recite Rowan's words, by ancient vow and honest toil, let no shadow mar my soil. Then leave the kitchen door cracked so that the ward's light may pass over each loaf. By early evening, dozens of bread loaves creamy white, embossed with swans rested on wooden racks awaiting the vesper hour. Home-baked loaves join those from Isaac's ovens, the rich aroma of fresh bread drifting through the streets. Villagers paused in doorways to breathe in the scent, a hopeful moment that seemed to anchor them. Salt harvest at dawn. The next morning, before first light, a dozen villagers assembled on the northern flats. Frost still clung to the edges of the marsh, and a thin mist hovered above the shallow pools left by the ebbing tide. Margaret Reed, mother of Tobias and Emmeline, stood among them, dwarfed by her heavy cloak and with eyes red-rimmed from sleepless nights. Margaret knelt beside a glistening patch of salt crystals clustered at the water's edge. She scooped them into a clay bowl, then handed it to her neighbor, Aaron Cole, who gently poured them into leather pouches tied with red thread. Each villager moved with reverence, mindful not to disturb the natural deposition. Joshua Ansley, an eager boy of 12, squealed in excitement at discovering a particularly large cluster. "Look, Mother, I found a prize piece." He offered it to his mother, who smiled through her worry. "Yes, but remember, all salt here is needed. We share this harvest for Black Willow's sake." With baskets of crystalline salt in hand, they trekked across the flats to a small shrine where Reverend Devereaux awaited. Heather and flowers had been placed at the shrine's stone pediment, offerings from women who cleaned near the stream. Reverently, each person poured a handful of salt into a central clay bowl as Devereaux murmured a blessing. "By salt drawn from these blessed flats, we seal our bond with Marshwood. May no ill tide touch our wells or fields again." They returned to the village under a rising sun, their baskets lighter, their spirits higher. The day ahead belonged to silver. Silver purification at the forge. As dusk neared, villagers young and old gathered outside Caleb Ansley's forge, each holding a piece of silver, coins saved for generations, a small family heirloom, wedding bands, and even a few simple goblets. The smithy's red door stood open, the rumble of the bellows escaping as Caleb and his apprentices stoked the coals into bright orange flames. "I will melt each piece thrice in the crucible, then pour the molten silver into molds carved with the lindenwood swan," Caleb explained. "Those swans mark it as purified and consecrated." Nearby, Reverend Devereaux held a silver-dipped chalice filled with consecrated water. He lifted it high and let rivulets fall into the forge's coals in ritual cleansing before the first ingot was raised. Jasper and Miriam brought cots of reeds, bundles of fresh reed waving them through the smoke to create a protective haze. Each flickering ember that rose from the coals seemed to crystallize in midair, as if the spirits themselves observed. Caleb plunged his leather-gloved hand into a bucket of cool water, then dipped his staff into it. A thin layer of steam rose as he returned the staff to the blazing coals. "Let no mortal taint touch this metal," he intoned. Heat radiated from the forge in waves, and the villagers formed a semicircle, passing the hour thick with concentrated intent. When the molten silver shimmered gold, Caleb poured it steadily into swan-shaped molds, each stream sizzling as it met the coals. Sparks danced like will-o'-the-wisps as the metal cooled and hardened. At his side, his wife Lydia Ansley marked each cast swan with date and family name before handing it back to the respective owner. One by one, the swan-shaped ingots glowed softly in the firelight, their surfaces gleaming with promise. By nightfall, every family possessed at least one swan chalice, coin, or plate of purified silver. The last mold was closed, the final family's hope sealed for Ember Night. Exhausted yet triumphant, the villagers drifted home, each clutching a small cloth bag containing 3 items, a bread loaf, a handful of salt crystals, and a silver swan. Ashford's day of service. Meanwhile, Rowan Ashford spent the day under Reverend Devereux's aegis, sweeping the church's courtyard and carrying water from the restored well to fill buckets for cleaning. At times, he paused to lift gaze heavenward, head bowed in regret. Children pointed at him from alleyways, some whispered "traitor," others offered pitying glances. Tobias and Emmeline, confined in the church dungeon, labored to clear out debris, stones, rotted wood, scraps of parchment under Miriam's watchful eye. At midday, Marjorie visited Ashford in the courtyard. "Your penance was earned," she told him, handing over a dipper of clear well water. "Drink and know that someday this village may forgive, but only if you continue to prove yourself trustworthy." Ashford accepted the dipper with trembling hands, tears slipping down his cheeks. "I will work until my last breath for this community," he vowed. She offered a gentle nod before departing to finish ledger transcriptions with Rosanna. Night falls, preparations for the Vesper Vigil. As twilight deepened, the wards around Black Willow glowed faintly, their runes humming with residual magic. Women lit white candles in doorways, men hung garlands of sage and lavender from window sills. In the lingering hush before Vesper, families gathered around hearths. Some families held circle prayers, clutching hands across wooden tables. Others quietly applied swan-shaped wax seals onto clay jugs, jars, and storeroom doors, each an additional safeguard against seepage of corruption. At precisely the start of Vesper, each household lit a single white candle beside their table of offerings, loaves, salt, and purified silver. They recited Rowan's words in unison. "By ancient vow and honest toil, let no shadow mar our soil, with bread, salt, and purest silver, we bind ourselves in peace and favor." From the church's bell tower, Reverend Devereux tolled a single bell. Its lone note rippled through the night air as windows rattled and leaves trembled. Within seconds, every single candle's flame in Black Willow flickered, as though caught in a collective breath. The wards shimmered undulatingly around the perimeter, an aura of protection visible only to those attuned. For a moment, the village lay suspended beneath the bell's echo, each inhabitant aware of the covenant's weight. Then, as if released, the candles steadied, and a hush descended. The villagers extinguished their candles and prepared for rest, confident that their offerings were accepted for now. But even as they retired, some glimpsed faint silver lights swirling over the fields, drifting toward Marshwood's edge, a sign that the spirits of the swamp had heard their plea and granted uneasy. Truce until Ember Night's final ceremony. Midnight watch and subtle threats. When most of Black Willow slept, Rowan, Lady Marjorie, Caleb, and Jasper convened at the elder cypress's base, lingering near the moss-covered bark. A circle of white sand and salt had been drawn around the massive roots. Preparations for Ember Night advanced ahead of schedule. Rowan knelt by the tree, murmuring an incantation to sustain the wards. Marjorie stayed close, keeping the silver bell at hand. Caleb placed iron stakes at the circle's compass points, while Jasper kept lookout. Suddenly, a rustle of leaves echoed beyond the ward's rim. A lone figure emerged into the candlelit clearing, Tobias Reed, shackled but determined, wearing a hooded cloak. His eyes gleamed in the torchlight. "Master Rowan," he said quietly, tone urgent, "I have knowledge secrets Ashford never shared. There is a hidden glyph carved beneath the elder cypress's roots, a binding sigil requiring a third sacrifice, one of spirit. If you do not invoke the Founder's true names at Ember Night, the Keeper's bond will only be delayed, not broken." Rowan rose, staff glowing faintly. "Why tell us this now?" he demanded. Tobias hesitated, face flickering between fear and defiance. "Because some of us wish to undo what we began. Ashford's ambition blinded him, but I fear Ember Knight's right as instructed will be incomplete. I want to save my soul before it's corroded forever." He paused, swallowing hard. "I will tell you more at dawn. Nightly shadows hinder conversation now." Before anyone could respond, Tobias bowed low, then staggered back through the ward's edge and vanished into the gloom. Rowan's staff pulsed with renewed energy as he gestured to the iron stakes. "We must mark that glyph before Ember Night. It lies beneath the largest root to the east." Marjorie nodded. "At dawn, we will excavate and reveal it if Tobias speaks truth. Yet we must treat his warning with caution, he is still complicit in Ashford's crimes." Jasper exhaled, eyes narrowing. "No semblance of peace until Ember Night is done. We must remain vigilant." Caleb hammered one more stake into the earth. "The Keeper's influence still lingers," Tobias's words confirm there is more to this ritual than the ledger first revealed. When the first pale light of day crept through the forest, the warded circle still shimmered faintly, guarding secrets buried beneath centuries of mossy decay. Black Willow's fate would soon be decided at Ember Night's final hour. Until then, every breath, every heartbeat, and every whispered prayer would shape the covenant that tethered mortal hearts to the ancient spirits of Marshwood. The first pale light of morning slanted through the rustling canopy as Master Rowan, Lady Marjorie, Caleb, Jasper, and a handful of trusted villagers gathered again beneath the sprawling limbs of the elder cypress. The night's dew still clung to the moss-draped roots, and the air smelled faintly of damp earth and sage smoke. Tobias Reed stood nearby, hood pulled low, his once defiant eyes now clouded with anxiety. By his own admission, he knew of a glyph carved deep beneath the largest root, an inscription remaining from the very first binding ritual, a secret key that could either complete or break the Ember Night ceremony. To prove himself worthy, he had led Rowan to this precise location at first light. Rowan knelt beside the root, gently brushing aside layers of moss and sediment. The wound in the earth felt warm as if the tree itself remembered the traumas of centuries. With deft fingers, he scraped away clinging debris until a faint carving became visible, a triangular symbol intersected by 3 wavy lines, each wreath curling inward like reeds bending in the wind. It matched the description Tobias had whispered in the dark. Underneath the triangle, in archaic script, were 2 names, Amara Lindenwood and Soren Blackwood, 2 founding signatories of the covenant whose blood, when mingled with pure spring water, had sealed the pact long ago. Marjorie leaned forward, her expression solemn. Amara and Soren, she murmured. My great-great-grandmother and his counterpart. They were bound by ceremony and by marriage in spirit when the founding ritual was first enacted. Their names must be pronounced in reverse order during Ember Night to honor their sacrifice. But I had never known this glyph existed beneath the cypress. Tobias swallowed. My ancestor discovered it, but he feared its power. I promised I would help, beyond Ashford's ambition. I hope this proves my repentance. Rowan nodded, eyes fixed on the carving. The glyph's purpose is clear, to anchor the combined spirits of both families in one unified invocation. On Ember Night, when the Keeper's influence surges, we must speak these names so that Amara's compassion and Soren's courage can stand between us and the vengeful spirit. Without them, the binding will be incomplete. He traced the triangle with a fingertip, murmuring a blessing. But first, we must uncover every portion of this glyph. Its edges run along the root's base. Let us dig carefully. Caleb produced a small hand trowel and began loosening damp earth around the carved contour. As shovel met soil, a sudden tremor rippled through the ground, as if the cypress itself sighed. A faint rumble sounded, and Jasper snapped to attention, hand on the haft of his hunting knife. Did you feel that? He whispered. Marjorie steadied Jasper's arm. The tree acknowledges us. Proceed with respect. With reverence, they scraped away dirt until the full glyph lay exposed, a perfect triangle enclosing 3 curling lines, each ending in a thin spiral. When the carving was fully revealed, Rowan drew a circle of salt around it, binding it to the village's wards. No malevolent magic may uproot this secret now, he intoned. On Ember Night, we will place our offerings at the very center of this circle. Tobias knelt, eyes shining with tears. I never meant for this to be used for evil, he said softly. I only wanted power, then I realized the Keeper's temper would devour me. Thank you for giving me a chance to set things right. Rowan placed a hand on Tobias's shoulder. Repentance is accepted, but prove your devotion with deeds, not words. Stand with us at Ember Night. Let your blood, your sincere oath support the founders' names. Behind them, the sun climbed higher, and villagers emerged from the tree line, carrying baskets of bread, clay bowls of salt, and silver swan ingots. They approached with deference, kneeling before the exposed glyph to pledge their support. First came Mr. Theodore Barnes, bowing his head as he placed a loaf embossed with the swan crest on the rotting bark. Amaro Lindenwood, Soren Blackwood, I cast my bread at your feet. May your spirits shield us. Next, MRS. Isabel Whitmore poured a small mound of salt into the ground beyond the glyph's salt circle. By salt drawn from dawn-tide grace, ward our wells and safeguard our fields, she intoned. Village children watched with rapt attention as MRS. Whitmore returned home to gather more salt for Ember Night. Finally, Mr. Caleb Ansley placed a bright silver swan fresh from his forge at the glyph's apex. Let silver's truth and radiant flame stand ever pure, he proclaimed. The silver ingot caught the sunlight, reflecting a tiny prismatic gleam onto the cypress's bark as if acknowledging his vow. As each offering was made, the villagers murmured their own pledges: protect our people, keep the swamp's wrath at bay, let no shadow enter our homes. Each voice, though different in tone, merged into a harmonious chorus of resolve. Even Tobias felt his heart lighten at the communal prayer, realizing that for the first time his intentions aligned with the greater good. When the last offering lay at the glyph's feet, Rowan stepped back and surveyed the scene. The glyph, bathed in morning light, seemed to glow faintly. The salt circle shimmered with promise, and the cypress's great branches swayed gently, as if in silent approval. Rowan exhaled, relief and anticipation mingling in his chest. The covenant stands renewed, he said quietly. But this alone will not end our tasks. We must spend the day assisting those whose duties remain, ensuring that each loaf is properly blessed, each salt cache stowed with care, and each piece of silver polished to brilliance. Tonight's Ember Vigil must be hour by hour in scrutiny, no room for error. Midday council and diverted threats. Word of the glyph's discovery spread swiftly through Black Willow. At a hasty midday gathering in the town hall, the council convened to strategize final preparations. Reverend Devereaux presided over the meeting, his deep voice resonating against the wooden beams. We have completed the essential steps: bread, salt, silver, he announced. Now we transition to the Ember Vigil, where each household keeps watch in rotating shifts. Should any malady befall the preparations, bread that fails to rise, salt that turns gray, or silver that darkens, we must respond immediately and declare it to the entire council. Lady Marjorie added, I propose that each family's Ember Vigil station be located at a point on the protective ward circle. In this way, any disturbance in one quadrant will be detected by the circle's guardians. Tobias and Emmeline, under Rowan's supervision, will patrol the circle at intervals to ensure no one tampers with the wards. Emmeline's face flushed with shame as she murmured, I will do my best to prove my loyalty. Tobias gave her a brief nod, eyes still haunted by remorse. David Hale stood. I volunteer to watch the well house overnight. If the keeper seeks to corrupt the water again, we will catch it in time. Several others volunteered for duties at granary, forge, and bakery. Each task assigned reassured the assembly they would hold every necessary position to prevent any sabotage. Then Reverend Devereaux looked directly at Rowan. Master Rowan, I sense you have something to propose. Rowan cleared his throat. Yes. Since Tobias's warning about the triadic sacrifice we found under the cypress, I believe there is one final precaution. We must place consecrated iron pegs not just in the 4 main compass points but every 12 paces around the elder cypress, tying them with threads of redeemed wax and infusing them with prayer. These will form a secondary ward and inner circle so that even if the keeper's influence seeps through the outer salt barrier, he cannot strike at the cleansing glyph. Marjorie nodded. Then we'll need rope marks to measure 12 paces. I will assist in driving every peg. This will be done at first light tomorrow, 2 nights before Ember Night. Thank you, Rowan, for your foresight. The meeting adjourned with a renewed sense of purpose. Villagers dispersed to complete their tasks, whispering prayers, and reaffirming their vows. Tobias and Emmeline remained after the council to help Rowan gather iron pegs at the smithy. Caleb hammered them into shape, each exalting Rowan's chant as steel struck steel. Early evening's final touches. By late afternoon, the sun cast long shadows over Black Willow's ancestral grounds. Bakers collected the final loaves perfectly risen, with swan imprints crisp and golden. Salt had been sealed into clay jars, each marked with household names. Silver swans gleamed atop slender pedestals in the church's side wing, guarded by wooden doors adorned with new runes. At Caldwell's workshop, Caleb's apprentices attached small leather loops to the iron pegs, through which Rowan threaded lengths of red wax string. Each string bore an intricately inscribed knot in Amara's and Saren's dialect, an incantation that bound the ward to the founder's spirit. Rowan whispered the words over each knot, his voice strong despite fatigue. When the last peg was prepared, Tobias, trembling with renewed purpose, lifted it proudly. "I will help you place these at dawn, Master Rowan," he said. "I owe this village my life, my service, and if necessary my penance." Rowan placed a hand on his shoulder. "Rest now. Tomorrow demands your strength." As dusk fell, Marjorie walked through the streets, checking that every door bore a ribbon of sage and lavender, and every threshold had a freshly minted wax seal. Children peered from behind curtains, their wide eyes drinking in the sight of the silver swans and iron pegs awaiting tomorrow's vigil. Neighbors exchanged nods of reassurance, "All is ready. We shall remain vigilant." At the church, Reverend Devereaux led a twilight service, offering prayers for strength and unity. He recited lines from the Covenant's original script, his deep voice echoing beneath the vaulted ceiling. "Spirits of Marshwood, hear our song. We stand in peace, we stand in bond. On Ember Night, our vows we renew and offer our gifts with hearts true." His congregation responded in kind, their voices resonating with faith. The final amen lingered in the cool air, the concluding note mirroring the distant echo of the keeper's earlier wail, sharp contrast, now stilled by collective resolve. Dawn preparation before Ember Night. At first light, Rowan, squinting against the soft glow, returned to the elder cypress with Marjorie, Tobias, Emmeline, and a small phalanx of villagers. The ground still glistened with dew. They carried iron pegs, wax strings, and small hammers. Like soldiers preparing for the final battle, they moved in systematic formation. Marjorie measured 12 paces from the glyph's center and hammered a peg firmly. Each peg, 12 in total, circled the cypress, its iron head crowned with a knot of red wax. Rowan repeated the founders' names over each: Amara Lindenwood, Soren Blackwood. Tobias knelt and whispered the prayer that had sealed his own repentance. Emmeline, with trembling fingers, tied the wax strings, tears marking her cheeks as though she already mourned her past transgressions. By the time the final peg was set and bathed in Rowan's ward, the sun had breached the horizon, and birdsong filled the clearing. The cypress's great canopy glowed in morning light, and for a brief moment, the world felt balanced. Rowan lifted his staff and traced a final rune above the glyph, a silent incantation that sealed the inner ward. He exhaled and turned to Marjorie. "We stand ready. Ember Night will be our crucible." Marjorie nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "As long as this inner ward holds, the keeper cannot claim the offerings prematurely. We will see this through." As Black Willow's inhabitants took their places for the final day's duties, Rowan looked out toward Marshwood's distant mist and softly recited, under his breath, "Ancestors of Lindenwood, Blackwoods. Fallen courage usher us through this trial." The ground beneath him seemed to hum in response, as if the earth itself acknowledged the weight of his invocation. The secret glyph remained sheltered, its purpose fulfilled, waiting for the moment when all would come together at Ember Night's hush to speak the names that would stand between them and darkness. Thus, as morning turned to noon, Black Willow prepared itself for the most solemn night in living memory. Each loaf, each grain of salt, each swan of silver reflected a promise, an unbreakable chain of goodwill binding them to their past and forging a future free from terror. But whether their combined efforts would suffice remained unknown until the final Ember Night chime, when the spirits of Amara and Soren would step forth to lend their strength against the keepers. Final surge. The sun dipped below the western treeline, and the sky over Black Willow darkened to a bruised purple, heralding the coming of Ember Night. Across every street and cottage, flickering lanterns and candles were lit, their flames dancing in the cool evening breeze. The protective runes drawn in ash and chalk glowed faintly at every threshold, and sage smoke curled from every doorway, mingling with the scent of lavender and rosemary hung above window sills. In the hushed, expectant atmosphere, the villagers moved with solemn purpose, carrying their sacred offerings, bread, salt, and silver, toward the heart of Marshwood, where the elder cypress waited as both witness and sanctuary. 1. The gathering at the cypress clearing. A quarter hour before dusk, the road that led from the southern gate wound like a ribbon between fields now emptied of laborers. Families, parents with children, grandparents with trembling hands, and even a few younger men who had not found any other duty walked in procession. Each person wore a simple knot of sage and lavender at their lapel, and many held clay bowls brimming with purified salt, loaves embossed with the swan symbol, and smoothed silver joins or ingots, shaped like swans or crescent moons. The hush was almost reverent, the only sounds were the rustle of cloaks, the soft padding of footsteps on hard-packed earth, and the distant call of crickets greeting the falling night. At the forest's edge, Tobias Reed and Emmeline Crow stood watch, each clutching an iron lantern etched with shimmering runes that emitted a pale sapphire glow. Their faces, once marked by guilt, now held resolute calm. Tobias whispered to Emmeline, "We must not fail. If the keeper senses any weakness, his fury will consume us all. Emmeline nodded, cheeks flushed from the day's toil. I'll stay at the marked western peg. Should I sense any unusual tremor beneath the cypress's roots, I will sound a warning. Tobias grasped her shoulder. Thank you. Together, we shall protect this village and ourselves. As the procession of villagers reached the clearing, the great limbs of the elder cypress loomed overhead, its bark silvered by moonlight. The 12 iron pegs, driven into the earth earlier that morning, formed a perfect circle around the cypress's base. Thin red wax strings, tied in knots bearing the founders' names Amara and Sarin, wound around each peg, their ends brushing the ground like spindly roots. Above, the inky sky glowed with a smattering of stars, as if the heavens themselves had paused to observe the ritual about to unfold. Master Rowan and Lady Marjorie stood at the forefront of the circle, flanked by Reverend Devereux and Caleb Ansley. Rowan's black cloak billowed in the breeze, and his staff inlaid with silver swan motifs glinted in the lantern light. Marjorie, clad in a deep green riding cloak embroidered with lindenwood reeds, held the silver bell in her right hand and a small satchel of consecrated herbs in her left. Beside them, 7 torches of blue wax burned atop iron spikes, their flames dancing almost unnaturally, casting flickering azure gleams onto the assembled faces. 2. The reading of the Covenant's preamble. Reverend Devereux stepped forward, raising his arms so that all might hear his voice resonate across the hush. People of Black Willow, this night we stand at the fulcrum of history. We gather to renew the covenant of reeds, first sworn by Amaro Lindenwood and Sarin Blackwood. Tonight, we recommit ourselves to honor the balance between mortal toil and Marshwood's ancient guardians. He paused, eyes drifting to each quadrant of the circle. Let us begin by recalling the covenant's preamble, he intoned. Hearken, O guardians of Marshwood's reach. We bind our hearts with reed and breech. In bread, salt, and silver true. Our hands fulfill the pledge to you. In peace we dwell, in toil we stand. Together bound by swan and land. At each recitation of a line, villagers echoed the words in hushed unison, their breath forming puffs of dissipating mist. When the verse concluded, a soft wind rustled through the cypress's leaves, as though the tree itself sighed in relief. 3. Placement of offerings. With the preamble complete, Rowan stepped forward to a simple wooden pedestal set in the circle's center. Upon it lay a shallow clay dish containing a small quantity of purified water from the well, now undisturbed by the keeper's taint. To the north of the pedestal, an array of bread loaves each stamped with a swan lay arranged on a linen cloth. To the east, clay bowls of crystalline salt formed a mound that gleamed strangely in the torchlight. To the west rested silver swan ingots and plates, each polished until they reflected the torch flames like mirror shards. Rowan placed his staff horizontally across the pedestal and began, "Let us consecrate each offering in turn, calling upon the founder's sacred names. First, the bread." He raised a loaf and brushed it gently with a sprig of consecrated sage from the satchel. By the spirit of Amaro Lindenwood, whose hands first baked this bread with faith and rye, may it nourish body and soul. He laid the loaf back on the cloth, then stepped aside to allow families to come forward one by one, each touching their loaf to Rowan's staff before placing it with the others. Children stepped forward shyly, guided by parents, their small hands pressing gently against the staff before kneeling to set their offerings. When all the bread had been consecrated, Rowan moved to the salt. Now, by the courage of Soren Blackwood, who once bore this salt to the spirit's shrine, may its purity cast out darkness. He touched the salt mound with a clenched fist, then scattered a small pinch into the consecrated water. The water hissed and rippled, as though replying to his invocation. Again, villagers stepped forward in procession, dipping a pinch of their collected salt into the water, then heaping the rest into the clay bowls. Finally, Rowan reached the silver plates and ingots. By the memory of both founders, whose unity in silver bound our people to the marsh, may this metal gleam as truth and ward away corruption. He took a silver swan ingot, held it aloft, and let a bead of consecrated water drip onto its surface, whereupon it glowed faintly, as though absorbing a spark of otherworldly energy. The villagers, one by one, pressed their silver offerings to Rowan's staff and then returned them to the circle. As the last silver piece was consecrated, a distant howl, low, corrugated, and unmistakably anguished, rose from the marsh's depths. Emmeline recoiled, clutching Tobias's sleeve. "It answers us," she whispered, eyes wide. Rowan held the staff horizontally before the offerings. The consecrated water in the pedestal bubbled slightly, as if alive, and a wisp of blue light coalesced above it. "We now call upon the bond of bread, salt, and silver. Let no shadow remain among us." He raised the staff, and the wisp of light expanded into a gentle halo that encompassed the offerings. The glow spread, rippling outward until it vanished, replaced by the echoing chime of the silver bell. 4. The keeper's proving. At the bell's chime, the wind stilled, and an eerie silence blanketed the clearing. Even the crackle of the blue wax torches seemed to hush. Then, from deep within the marsh's black waters, two tendrils of shadow rose like serpents. They entwined around each other, forming a colossal silhouette that materialized between the twisted cypress knees and reed-lined pools. The shape resolved into a gaunt figure draped in ragged, swamp-infused robes, the keeper, his eyes burning like molten silver. His voice, a reverberating rasp, rolled across the clearing. "So, you renew the covenant. Do you think mere bread, salt, and silver will stand against my wrath?" Caleb slammed his fist into a newly planted iron peg, sending sparks flickering upward. "Keep your venomous threats to the murk you rise from. This night, Marshwood's guardians stand with Black Willow." He shouted, voice cracking with defiance. The keeper's lips curved into a skeletal grin. "Then prove it." He pointed a crooked, skeletal finger at the pedestal. "Destroy the offerings and rend your covenants. Let us see if your mortal spirits endure the trial." As he spoke, the ground beneath the cypress trembled violently. One by one, the pegs began to crack, as though frozen iron were wrought by extreme, unseen pressure. Tobias sprang forward, hammer in hand, to redrive the pegs deeper, blood pumping in his ears. "No. Hold fast, he cried. But his hammer shattered against the peg, a dull, splintering crack. Emmeline, trembling with fear, fanned the flames of one torch and held it close to the cracking peg. The iron glowed red, and for an instant the cracks sealed, the peg standing once more. But the keeper's laughter bit through the night. Your efforts are but sparks. I shall pluck your hearts and drown your souls in night unless a greater sacrifice is shown. Rowan stepped forward to confront the keeper, staff raised. I, Rowan of Lindenwood, call upon Amara's compassion and Saren's courage. Guardian of Marshwood, know that we do not offer half measures. Our unity is our strength. He struck his staff into the ground. Tendrils of white light shot downward, weaving through the red wax strings tied to the pegs, reinforcing the inner ward. For a moment, the keeper recoiled, his smoky form flickering. But in his retreat, he raised a skeletal hand and unleashed a wave of spectral sludge that roared across the clearing. It swept between the pegs like a nightmarish tide, threatening to topple the torches and quench the ward's protective glow. The villagers scattered, scrambling to keep their wicks lit. One of the silver swans unexpectedly slithered from its place and clattered onto the ground, its warmth wavering. Marjorie leaned in, pressing her hand over the fallen swan and whispering, "By Lindenwood's lineage and Blackwood's legacy, I command this silver to stand undimmed." She touched the swan with consecrated water from a hidden vial. Its surface burned bright, piercing the keeper's oncoming shadows. The spectral sludge hissed and recoiled from the silver's halo. Caleb roared and raised a fresh ingot, turning it this way and that until it caught the torchlight, reflecting an arc of blazing brilliance. The keeper hissed in contemptuous fury, "You think metal and flame can bind me? I was made from void and vengeance." Rowan held the staff high, "You were made from blood unatoned tonight, we honor those who bled to bind you." He called aloud the founders' names: Amara Lindenwood, Saren Blackwood, with such force that the very earth vibrated, sending shock waves through the circle. The red wax strings tied to the iron pegs glowed red hot, then blistered white, sealing each peg to the ground like burning nails. The inner ward surged outward, forming a lattice of shimmering silver light that snapped the keeper's spectral sludge into vapor. The keeper howled, reverberating like thunder, and flung both skeletal arms overhead. "You may have delayed me," he rasped, "but blood once spilled calls to blood anew. At the Ember Vigil's edge, one must choose, sacrifice of spirit or sacrifice of flesh." Before Rowan or Marjorie could answer, the keeper vanished in an explosion of noxious smoke, leaving only a faint echo that lingered as a warning. The torches flickered, then steadied once more, while the pegs stood unwavering, an unbroken circle of steadfast iron and wax. 5. The sacrifice of spirit. As the echo of the keeper's threat faded, Rowan raised his staff again and spoke urgently, "The covenant is intact, but the keeper's words hold truth. We must now forge a sacrifice of spirit. Each of us must pour forth our most cherished hope into the consignment of the offerings. Only then can we bind the keeper within our unified resolve." He selected one of the consecrated loaves, round, golden, and stamped with the swan, and held it aloft. This bread symbolizes the hope of every mother's child. Let each parent think of their child's future and breathe that hope into the loaf. He arched his staff, and the loaf glowed faintly. One by one, parents stepped forward, placing their hands upon the loaf and closing their eyes, imagining futures unmarred by fear and darkness. When the parents finished, Rowan turned to the salt. This salt stands for the courage of our laborers in field and forge. Let those who live by toil breathe the strength of their calloused hands into this salt. Farmers and smiths alike brushed their bared palms through the salt crystals, letting the grains whisper their hardships and endurance. Finally, Rowan picked up a silver ingot. Its surface reflected the flickering torches as he raised it high. And this silver our pledge of prosperity and unity. Let each villager, young and old, look upon this silver and breathe their faith in friendship and collective well-being. The villagers stepped forward, children placed small stones upon the silver ingot, elders laid knotted cords of hair from newborns, couples intertwined their hands over its surface. As they did, the silver shimmered and grew warm, as though absorbing the collective spirit of Black Willow. When the final villager had bestowed their spiritual essence upon the silver, Rowan placed all three offerings, bread, salt, and silver, together in the clay pedestal. A surge of gentle, blinding light burst forth, stretching upward through the cypress's limbs to the star-speckled sky. The resonating glow was followed by a single, ringing chime that floated across the marsh, a sound so pure and unwavering that it seemed to still the very breath of the night. 6. Dawn of a new covenant. For a moment, the world held its breath. Then, far off in the swamp's murky reaches, an answering chime, softer but clearly the echo of the silver bell, struck 3 times. The ground beneath the village path vibrated gently, as though Marshwood itself acknowledged the balance restored. The iron pegs fused with the red wax strings into polished stalagmites of glowing crimson and silver, sealing the ward in a visible lattice that extended around the cypress. Rowan lowered his staff, voice thick with emotion. The covenant is renewed. The keeper's thirst is sated for now. Yet let no soul grow complacent, for the spirits will always test our fidelity. Marjorie stepped forward, placing a reverent palm on Rowan's shoulder. Our unity this night has protected us all. Now, let us return to Black Willow's hearts, to honor this victory and move forward without fear. Tobias and Emmeline, their faces pale but proud, released each other's hands. Both had survived their trials and earned partial redemption. Tobias spoke softly, I shall stay and tend the wards here, checking them each moon's turn, so that no future betrayal goes unchecked. Emmeline looked at her brother. And I will wander the village, offering service to any in need, for the scars of dark magic linger not only in the land but in our hearts. Together, the ritual participants turned away from the cypress. As they passed the rune-marked pegs, each felt a palpable sense of release, as though a great weight had been lifted. The path back to Black Willow, once shrouded in dread and uncertainty, now gleamed with the first faint light of dawn, a ribbon of hope winding through shadowed fields. 7. Epilogue, the promise of vigilance. By the time the procession reached the village gate, the eastern horizon glowed with pink and gold. The townsfolk, weary but elated, unpacked their offerings and prepared to break bread, share salt, and trade silver tokens as symbols of trust restored. The church bell tolled, summoning the community for a final prayer. Rowan ascended the pulpit once more. "Citizens of Black Willow," he began, voice steady beneath the stained glass window's refracted light, "tonight we renewed our bond not just with Marshwood's spirits, but with each other. Our shared bread, salt, and silver form a covenant deeper than any single pledge. Let this ember night be the dawn of unbroken unity. May no darkness sever what we have forged." He looked out at families hugging one another, children giggling as they clutched sticky loaves, elders smiling with tears glistening in their eyes. "Walk from this place in faith, for the path ahead is lit by the glow of our shared spirit." Lady Marjorie descended the pulpit steps, gathering the silver bell. She held it aloft for all to see. "Should the covenant ever falter again, may this bell and the memory of our unity this night ring through every heart and every home." She struck it once, its pure note drifting through the sunlit nave, mingling with the villagers' lingering smiles. Outside, the first rays of dawn crowned the rooftops of Black Willow. In every field and orchard, in every cottage and stream, life pulsed anew. The Marshwood swamp lay quiet, its dark waters now placid, reflecting the sky's gentle hues. Yet even as the village celebrated, Rowan knew that vigilance must remain. The keeper's threat had been held at bay, but the memory of his fury would linger long after Ember Night's glow faded. In the days that followed, the villagers enacted new traditions. Each year on Ember Night, they would gather beneath the elder cypress to reaffirm their unity, ensure the pegs remained steadfast, and ring the silver bell thrice in unison. Children learned the covenant's verses at their mothers' knees, farmers recited them before plowing spring fields. The tale of Ashford's betrayal, Tobias's redemption, and the final binding became woven into Black Willow's living memory, a cautionary hymn against pride and dishonesty. And so, under a sky that no longer bore the weight of impending terror, Black Willow embraced a renewed era of harmony. Yet in the quiet hush of Marshwood's mists, if one stood still and listened, they might still hear the faint echo of the keeper's distant heartbeat, an uneasy reminder that true peace is never permanent, but always worth the vigilance of every heart bound by covenant. Dawn broke over Black Willow with a fragile pink glow, as if the very sky hesitated to intrude upon the village's hard-won peace. In the aftermath of Ember Night, the townspeople moved with cautious optimism. Families returned to their fields, craftsmen resumed their workshops, and children once more scampered along the cobblestone lanes. The 12 iron pegs remained steadfast around the elder cypress, their red wax knots still faintly warm to the touch, an ever-present reminder of the renewed covenant. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, an undercurrent of unease lingered, whispers that the keeper's threat, though held at bay, might not be entirely extinguished. 1. A mysterious disappearance. It was on the second morning after Ember Night that tragedy first struck. Young Samuel Harrington, aged 8, vanished from the edge of Marshwood just past dawn. Samuel had been playing with his sister, Clara, near the footbridge that led to the reeds, and was last seen chasing a white heron toward the swamp's shallow waters. When Clara returned to their cottage clutching her doll, frantic, she babbled incoherently about hearing a distant bell and seeing her brother's silhouette swallowed by a ripple of water that formed without wind, The alarm spread quickly, villagers gathered torches and search parties, combing the marsh's edge until midday. Reverend Devereaux, face drawn with concern, led a hastily assembled group of 12 men, each armed with an iron-tipped staff, into the reeds. Marshwood's mists curled thickly around them, and every footstep felt as though it could summon a phantom. But no trace of Samuel emerged, only his footprints leading to a slick, mirror-like surface of water that reflected more stars than sky. Concern rippled through those who witnessed the scene. The river that once retreated into the spring now glinted ominously, as though beckoning the lost child deeper. Rowan and Lady Marjorie arrived at the bridge, sorrow and dread etched into their faces. Rowan knelt where Samuel's footprints faded, laying a single slate pebble at the water's edge, a token engraved with Amara's name. "By the covenant's promise," he murmured, "reveal to us the path of the lost, and spare us this sorrow." The wind stilled, and the surface of the water rippled faintly, as if acknowledging his plea but offered no further clue. Marjorie reached for Rowan's hand. "We must find him, Rowan. If the keeper stirs again, we cannot relent in our vigilance." His jaw set. "We will scour every bank, every reed. But we must also protect the village should his absence be the keeper's new design to lure more souls." 2. The scholar's arrival. That same afternoon, a lone traveler arrived at Black Willow's southern gate, a portly man wearing a tattered cloak of indigo trimmed with silver threads, and carrying a battered leather satchel covered in strange sigils. He introduced himself as Eirik Thorne, a wandering scholar from the University of Serwyn, who had heard rumors of Marshwood's ancient spirits and come to study its lore. His arrival was met with a mixture of suspicion and guarded curiosity. Only days before, the villagers had rallied against an unseen menace. Now, an outsider sought entry. Lady Marjorie, guided by Reverend Devereaux, greeted him at the gate. He spoke with a voice both warm and scholarly. "I bring no ill will to Black Willow. My researches concern the bound curses of the ancients' tales that echo in your Marshwood's history. I sense that you guard secrets older than your records suggest." His gaze drifted toward the cypress in the distance. "Might I share my knowledge and perhaps learn yours in return?" Marjorie exchanged a glance with Rowan, who nodded. "We may spare time to hear your findings. But know this, if you bear illusions, we will see through them swiftly." Eirik inclined his head respectfully. "Understood. My gratitude for your hospitality." That evening, the scholar was welcomed into the longhouse beside the church. By firelight, he poured ink on parchment, sketching the glyph beneath the elder cypress that Tobias had revealed. His quill danced as he explained, "The covenant you invoke ties to an even older enchantment of Galdar's Marsh, one that predates Lindenwood and Blackwood. Legends speak of a watcher spirit that oversees Marshwood's balance, a force neither wholly good nor evil, but rather the arbiter of mortal hubris. For centuries, villagers offered small tokens, bones, seeds, and silver fragments to placate this watcher. Over time, the memory faded, supplanted by the tale of Amara and Sauron's binding. Yet the keeper you fought tonight may only be a fragment of that ancient entity, its malevolent aspect awakened when the watcher's regard waned." Rowan frowned. You suggest that we have forgotten deeper requirements of the pact. Eirik nodded. Precisely. The three offerings bread, salt, silver are but one triad. Another triad, of bone, seed, and iron, once sealed the Watcher's neutrality. Perhaps those need rekindling, else the Keeper's hunger may return in new forms. Marjorie's face paled. If we must now find bones and seeds to complement our silver, what does that mean for our villagers? We have already sacrificed much. Eirik's gaze softened. Humanity's covenants with spirit realms are never simple. But I believe that, with your renewed covenant as a foundation, adding these elements will fortify your defense. Time is short, the moon waxes toward fullness, and Erebus, an ancient lunar event, draws near. When Erebus passes its crest, the Watcher's influence will wane, and the Keeper's freedom could expand beyond our imagining. 3. Gathering bone, seed, and iron. With Eirik's counsel, Rowan convened a special council in the churchyard at dawn. Village leaders Theodore Barnes, Isabel Whitmore, Caleb Ansley, Rosanna Graves, and David Hale gathered around Marjorie and Rowan. The scholars' presence lent authority to their deliberations. Rowan spoke gravely, Black Willow has withstood the Keeper's wrath through our unity and reverence. Yet if Eirik is correct, our Embernight rites, while powerful, formed only a partial circle. We now must gather 3 additional elements, bone, seed, and iron, echoing the trinity of mortal creation, sustenance, and forge. Without them, our covenant remains vulnerable. Isabel stepped forward. As a midwife, I know of our traditions concerning animal bones, especially those of the white heron, considered sacred to Marshwood's earliest inhabitants. In folklore, the heron's bones ground into powder have power to ward off malignant spirits. If we can collect the bones of a white heron that died of natural causes before our offerings, we might avoid sacrilegious intent. She added quietly, but herons are rare now, I fear we may not find one in time. Caleb Ansley gripped his forearm. I will scour the reeds at dawn for molted heron feathers or any remains. Should we find none, we may have to make a more arduous sacrifice, clear out the old owl roost near the swamp center. Their bones also hold potency, though the Watcher dislikes flight creatures. David Hale frowned. And seeds. I learned from Rosanna that pumpkin seeds grown in sanctified soil offer rebirth and resilience. We may serve the fields in replanting those pumpkins this season, but there's no time to wait on growth. We may need to gather acorns or elderberry seeds, things that spring from ancient groves. Rosanna stepped forward, clutching a leather-bound herbal. Elder's bounty rests beneath the old riverbank trees where water once ran pure. Their seeds hold the essence of life and death in balance. I will gather them tonight, under Rowan's ward. Caleb added, iron, one would think we have abundance of that. But I speak of meteor iron, fireborn metal. We spoke of forging pure silver at Caleb's forge, but forging with a piece of sky-forged iron can enchant a ward to draw the Keeper's blow. I recall tales that a blade tempered with a meteor's iron once kept away the storm wraiths of the north. If any smithing guilds nearby know of such fragments, perhaps from a fallen star years past, we must claim it. Marjorie's eyes narrowed. My grandfather's chest contains one such fragment. He gleaned it from the fields where a meteor once fell in his youth. It has lain unsung in restraints of leather and iron, alongside relics of our lineage. I can fetch it, though touching that hallowed iron demands ritual purity. She steeled herself. I will retrieve it at once. Rosanna, Rowan, and Marjorie retired to the manor to seek the fragment. Meanwhile, Caleb, Theodore, and David led small teams deeper into the swamp, Caleb searching for bones beneath the old owl roost, Theodore scouring fields for possible heron remains, David accompanied Rosanna to the elder grove to collect seeds. Tobias and Emmeline, now estranged from the main body of the village yet still seeking atonement, guided them through hidden paths known only to those who dared approach Marshwood's edge. 4. The perilous quest for bone. Caleb's team waded through knee-deep reeds, the sickly sweet scent of rotting vegetation clinging to their clothes. Each step was an exercise in twofold caution, to avoid sudden sinkholes and to quell furtive whispers that seemed to follow them. With only a pale lantern's beam to guide him, Caleb spotted the remains of an owl perched against a twisted root, its brittle skeleton half exposed. Kneeling, he gently lifted one warped wing bone, murmuring an incantation gleaned from Rosanna's herbal scrolls. By the owl's wisdom, let insight guide our ward. The bone glowed faintly, a greenish luminescence that quickly faded. Emmeline placed it carefully into a leather satchel. That should suffice, sir, she said. Now let us return before dusk's mist steals our path. As they retraced the winding, waterlogged trail, a distant cry, low and melancholy, drifted across the reeds. Tobias raised a hand to silence his companions. That is not an owl's cry. That sounds like a child's sob. They hurried toward the sound, breath catching above the murky water. There, suspended on a gnarled cypress limb, was a small, worn doll, Clara Harrington's doll, dangling by a thin reed vine. Its button eyes stared blankly. Below, in the swirling water, Clara Harrington sat weeping against a boulder, clutching her knees. Caleb's heart clenched. Clara, what are you doing here? He called, extending a hand. The girl jerked her head toward the reeds. I heard Samuel's bell, so I came to find him. Then I got lost. Tobias waded forward, scooping Clara into his arms. You'll be safe now, he murmured. They escorted her back toward the village, where Reverend Devereaux awaited. This child nearly fell prey to the keeper's lure, Devereaux said gravely, guiding her inside the church to warm blankets and herbal tea. Let no one else wander the marsh unchecked. 5. The harvest of seeds and meteor iron. Meanwhile, David and Rosanna navigated the elder grove, a cluster of knotted trees whose leaves whispered in the evening breeze. The ground was strewn with plump, dark elderberries, each cluster releasing a faint tang of fermented sweetness. Rosanna knelt, gathering handfuls of seeds. Elders symbolize protection, she murmured, pressing her palms into the damp earth. She collected the seeds with care, wrapping them in linen so as not to damage their potent essence. These seeds absorb the light's purity and hold it still, she explained. When scattered around the covenant's next renewal, they will root hope, strength, and healing. At the same time, Lady Marjorie approached Lindenwood Manor's mahogany chest where her grandfather's curios had been stored. The heavy doors groaned as she opened them to reveal a padded velvet bed where lay an iron shard, its surface metallic, yet flecked with tiny bits of glass that glowed faintly like stardust. She lifted the shard reverently, its weight both comforting and heavy with legacy. Reverent incense curled in the air as she whispered, "By Lindenwood's blood and Blackwood's pledge, may this fragment hold the keeper's rage." Satisfied, she slipped the meteor iron into her satchel and secured it at her belt. Night fell over Black Willow as Caleb, Tobias, and Emmeline returned to the Ember Circle with Owlbone. At the same time, Rosanna and David arrived, bearing elder seeds. Lady Marjorie and Rowan joined them, placing the meteor iron at the center of the consecrated offerings. The combined array bread, salt, silver, bone, seed, and iron glowed in a halo of multicolored light that pulsed with the people's collective faith. 6. The final ordeal. It was at this moment, as they renewed their oaths and presented these extended offerings, that the keeper's final assault came. From the swamp's edge, a gust of wind roared like a fallen gale. A shape vast and formless rose behind the cypress, blacker than the night itself, exuding an aura of ancient malice. The keeper reappeared, cloaked in sludge and shadow, towering above the assembled villagers like a wrathful colossus. Its voice shattered the night, "You presume your widened ritual may bind me. I am the keeper. I shall swallow your hopes, rend your courage, and see your souls lost to marsh and mire." As it spoke, the ground shuddered. The 12 iron pegs quivered, and the red wax strings snapped loudly as if under extreme tension. Villagers gasped, some fell to their knees. But Rowan raised his staff, summoning a beam of white light that arced between the pegs, forming a shimmering dome of protective energy over their circle. Marjorie clutched the silver bell. By Lindenwood's vow, Blackwood's sacrifice, and the Watcher's balance, we hold this ground. At her call, the bread loaf cracked open, revealing a glistening kernel from a new grain imbued with every villager's hope. The salt bowls glowed dazzling white, the silver swans flared bright, the owl bone pulsed green, the elder seeds sprouted tiny shoots of luminescent purple, and the meteor iron hummed coolly, its stardust fragments glinting. The convergence of all 6 elements created a crucible of sanctified power. A hum thrummed through the cypress's limbs, and the halo around their offerings expanded, spilling outward like a tide of pure intention. The keeper recoiled, its form buckling under the union's force. It howled, a sound that seemed to crack the sky, but the sanctuary held firm. Rowan stepped forward, staff lowered, chanting the founders' names in an ancient tongue, Amaro Lindenwood, Soren Blackwood. His voice blended with Lady Marjorie's, who chimed the silver bell in a triple stroke. The combined resonance struck the keeper like a lance of light. Crimson and silver cords of energy shot from the iron pegs, binding the keeper's shadowy limbs as it writhed. The sludge around it steamed and dissipated as the hum of bone and seed scoured it away. When the final chime faded, the keeper let out a last, piercing shriek before collapsing into a thin pool of mist at the cypress's roots. As the mist evaporated into the night air, a profound stillness followed, so complete that the faint rustling of owl wings overhead sounded deafening. The villagers, exhausted yet triumphant, clustered around the offerings, their hearts pounding. Rowan, lantern in hand, led them in a silent prayer of gratitude. When the hush broke, faint birdsong greeted the emerging dawn. 7. Renewed peace and a watchful future. With the keeper's final vanquishing, Black Willow's people exulted. They embraced one another beneath the newly purified cypress, their tears of relief mingling with smiles of hope. Tobias and Emmeline collapsed, weeping with relief, as the villagers welcomed them back into the fold, both having atoned by guiding and protecting the covenant. Mistress Rosanna, her eyes weary but triumphant, knelt in the moonlit grass, scattering the last elder seeds around the cypress's roots, where they nestled among dew-kissed mushrooms and delicate ferns. Each seed's purple glow faded into the soil, leaving a promise for growth and protection. Lady Marjorie lowered the silver bell, now silent but forever significant. She turned to Rowan and said softly, "We have forged a covenant not just of offerings, but of hearts united. No keeper, or remnant of one, may threaten our village again for as long as we remember this night." Rowan nodded, eyes bright with pride and relief. Our unity has prevailed. But should the Watcher demand as the world changes, we will answer with the same resolve. Black Willow's future now rests in the hands of those who will come after us. As the first rays of sunlight gilded the treetops, villagers returned to their homes to break bread, measure salt, and spend silver on feasts of thanksgiving. Over the days that followed, the fields flourished as never before, springing to life with golden wheat and vibrant vegetables. The wells remained clear, the air felt electric with renewal. And yet, in the recesses of Marshwood, beneath the still ripples of returning frogs and water lilies, one might sense a faint stirring, as if the Watcher, no longer bound, felt lighter, more at peace, now that the mortal realm had reaffirmed its respect. In the nights beyond, travelers passing through Black Willow heard faint, distant bell chimes drifting across the marshland, an echo that spoke not of terror, but of unity and enduring vigilance. And the children who once chased white herons along the water's edge paused to lay wild flowers at the cypress's base, honoring the bones and seeds that restored the balance, knowing that some promises must be kept for generations yet unborn. The morning after Ember Night found Black Willow bathed in a soft, golden light, as though the sun itself recognized the village's triumph against darkness. Fresh dew glistened on thatched rooftops, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of newly sprouted elder seed shoots from around the elder cypress. Villagers emerged from their homes still heavy-eyed but brimming with quiet joy. Families greeted one another with warm embraces, and children ran through the lanes, trailing laughter that felt half relief and half celebration. Yet beneath the surface of normalcy, subtle tensions and new responsibilities pulled at the edges of this hard-won peace. 1. A village transformed. At dawn, Master Rowan and Lady Marjorie met outside the newly restored church. Rowan examined the courtyard, where fresh stones had replaced those cracked during Ember Night's final surge. "The village looks different," he observed. "Every household has changed in some way. People walk with purpose rather than fear." Marjorie nodded, adjusting the silver bell's leather strap across her shoulder. "Our unity has reshaped Black Willow's very spirit. Even the crops in the northern fields are greening with promise. But we cannot let complacency settle in. Whispered rumors reached me last night. Some say that marsh spirits who remain watchful may still guard other ancient secrets hidden far beyond our circle of wards." Rowan studied the distant horizon toward Marshwood Swamp. "Irik's council suggested there is more to the Watcher's legacy. We have tended to bone, seed, and iron tonight, but the Covenant's providence may call us to remain vigilant over the coming seasons. For now, though, let us oversee the Elders' offering ceremony at sunrise. We should mark the new cycle with gratitude, not immediate worry." 2. The Elders' offering ceremony. Just beyond sunrise, the village council gathered at the old town hall. Reverend Devereaux led the ceremony, flanked by Rosanna Graves, Caleb Ansley, David Hale, and 2 new representatives, Tobias Reed and his sister Emmeline Crow. The latter pair stood in humble acknowledgement of their atonement, their eyes steadily fixed on the assembled villagers. Surrounding them, horses and wagons carried gifts of fresh produce, linens, and delicately woven reed wreaths. Reverend Devereaux raised his arms, his voice resonant with gratitude. "On this first dawn after Ember Night's trial, we honor the Watcher spirit of Marshwood, whose equilibrium we have renewed. May this offering echo through the mists and reinforce our bond for seasons to come." Hands trembled with devotion as he extended a chalice filled with consecrated elder seed oil, symbolizing rebirth and healing. Each family joined in, pouring small droplets onto a marble altar adorned with white swans. Next, Rosanna presented a basket of mixed grains, barley, rye, and wheat blessed by the farmers who had purified their fields. "These grains represent both our toil and our reliance on Marshwood's borrowed bounty," she intoned. Villagers took handfuls, scattering them gently across the altar, where they mingled with elder seed oil and fresh rose petals. The fragrance of blooms and grain drifted upward like a benediction. Finally, Caleb stepped forward with an iron-bound chest. He opened it to reveal dozens of tiny iron nails, each bearing a faint inscription of the Watcher's forgotten name whispered in the old tongue by Tobias under Rowan's guidance. "These nails stand for the strength of our unity, hammered and tempered by fire," Caleb declared. One by one, council members hammered the nails into a carved wooden pillar at the altar's side, an iron peg that would stand forth as a permanent testament to Black Willow's renewed covenant. When the final nail was set and hammered flush, Reverend Devereaux proclaimed, "May the Watcher of Marshwood accept these humble offerings. May our village remain steadfast beneath your watchful gaze, and may no darkness again breach our circle of unity." The villagers bowed their heads, even children, wide-eyed with reverence, sat cross-legged in the grass, grasping reed wreaths they would place around the pillar's base once the ceremony concluded. 3. Irik Thorne's final council. After the ceremony, Rowan and Marjorie escorted Irik Thorne from the altar to a quieter grove of elder trees at the village's east end. The scholar's weathered face held a rare note of academy-polished satisfaction. He unrolled a parchment on a fallen log. Your offerings have restored equilibrium, but a final piece remains. You must document your renewed covenant fully, then conceal the record in a vault beneath the church. Future generations must know both the triad of creation bread, salt, silver, and the triad of renewal bone, seed, iron. Only with this knowledge can they stand fast. He paused, glancing up at Rowan. And one more thing, I have discovered references to a secondary watchpost further north, near the broken cypress where the swamp's northern tributary divides. If you establish a modest ward there, perhaps a single iron stake bound with elder seed oil, you may extend your protection to the waters that feed the marsh's head. It is not strictly mandatory, but wise. Would you permit me to guide you there? Marjorie hesitated. Our days already spent. But if that path remains undefended, the keeper's remnant or another forgotten curse could slip back in. Very well. At midday, we will depart with you to mark the northern watchpost. Eirik nodded with gratitude. I will gather my notes. Meet me at the Elder's Grove by midday. With that, he departed, disappearing among the whispering trunks of the elder grove. 4. A return to daily life, yet not without strain. By midday, Black Willow's streets hummed with activity again. Bakers prepared midday loaves from the blessed grain, women laid out salt crystals to dry in small cloth sacks, and smiths refined surplus silver talismans, miniature swans to be sold or given as tokens of the new era. David Hale oversaw the distribution of elder seed-ridden oil to every household, reminding each family to drip 3 drops at their doorways each dawn for the next month. In the wheat fields, overseen by Theodore Barnes and Isabel Whitmore, the first scarecrows woven from cornstalks now wore small red wax knots around their necks, a subtle ward for the embryonic. Sprouts emerging from freshly tilled rows. Children followed behind, scattering birdseed to encourage beneficial sparrows to patrol the fields, helping keep pest insects at bay. Laughter mingled with hammer blows and the rhythmic chants of grain binders, as though joy had returned to labor's daily tasks. Yet, amid this revived bustle, a hush fell whenever the village passed the elder grove or that now quiet edge of Marshwood. Some elders paused in doorways, tracing their fingers over ancient rune circles, checking that the ash had not washed away in morning's dew. And each person who encountered Tobias or Emmeline paused briefly, either to offer a nod of forgiveness or cast a wary glance at 2 young souls once ensnared by darkness. Inside the church, the ledger containing the fully transcribed covenant, both ancient and newly added stipulations, lay beneath a heavy iron-bound lock. Rowan and Eirik, accompanied by Reverend Devereaux, placed the ledger in a secret crypt below the altar steps. In time, Rowan said, this will be our blessing and cautionary tale. Those who open it must be guided by knowledge and humility, lest curiosity become hubris anew. Eirik offered a final suggestion. Place this iron nail. He handed Rowan one inscribed with the watcher's name alongside the ledger. Should any ill-intended seeker approach, this nail's unfamiliar heart, buried deep, will warn future wardens of the text's sacred gravity. 5. Expedition to the Broken Cypress. At high noon, Rowan, Lady Marjorie, Eirik, Tobias, and Emmeline departed Black Willow by foot. They followed a narrow cart path that led north, weaving through groves of birch and alder until the land opened onto a stretch of sandstone cliffs beside Marshwood's northern tributary. Here the water ran shallower but swifter, feeding the swamp's darker pools. Eirik led the way, pointing out small ruins, weathered stone platforms, circular hollows once used by forgotten shamans to pay homage to the Watcher's Tide. After an arduous trek of roughly 2 miles, they arrived at the eponymous broken cypress, a massive stump with a shattered trunk, its splintered remains splayed like skeletal fingers over the waters. Etch. Rowan paused, studying the gnarled roots. If the Watcher's influence extends from this tributary, then a simple ward here ought to temper its reach. He knelt to collect soil at the stump's base. This ground still holds echoes of ancient ceremonies. Eirik produced a small vial of elder seed oil. Rub this into the wood and sprinkle barley flour at the roots. Then drive this iron nail. He offered another meteor iron shard into the stump's core. It will echo the ward we placed around the cypress in Black Willow. Rowan dipped the blade of his staff into the vial, streaking oil onto the cypress wood as Tobias sifted barley flour around the roots. The tree exhaled with a faint crackle, the old membrane of warding breathing new life. Lady Marjorie took the shard and, as Rowan held it in place, hammered it gently into the central hollow of the stump. Sparks flickered, and a gentle pulse of silver radiance spread from the broken cypress, sending ripples across the tributary's surface. Emmeline's eyes widened in awe. It hums, like the elm at ember night. Eirik knelt to place elder seeds in small hollows within the wood. Here, he said, the Watcher's presence will be simplified, calmed rather than forbidden. The offering of bone, seed, silver, salt, bread, and iron now echoes here too. Let this broken cypress stand as the northern anchor of your covenant, so that your circle of unity stretches beyond Black Willow, keeping Marshwood's spirits balanced. A hush settled as the pale afternoon sun filtered through alder leaves. Rowan placed a final hand on the cypress, whispering, Amara. Soren, watch over this place as you watch over our cypress in Black Willow. He rose, and the group turned back along the cart path, hearts lighter now that the tributary's edge had been fortified against creeping darkness. 6. Unseen Revelations. Returning at sunset, the party found the village abuzz with preparations for the year's autumn festival: apples carving, pies baking, cider fermenting. In the midst of celebration, Tobias pulled Rowan aside near the church's side gate. Master Rowan, he said, voice hushed, I've seen something troubling. Near the salt flats, a faint ripple of shadows moved like water but no wind stirred. He led Rowan and Eirik to the marsh's southern approach, where the elder springs fed silver trickling rivulets. There, near the riverbank, was a small enclave of reeds, quivering though there was no breeze. In their midst, a patch of mud teemed with tiny red grubs, bloodworms that should have remained dormant until late autumn. Eirik knelt to inspect. The keeper's taint may not have vanished entirely. This bloodworm bloom suggests residual corruption. We must return at nightfall to examine and cleanse these waters. Rowan placed a hand on the fresh ripple, murmuring an incantation. The shadowed surface stilled briefly, then receded into stillness. We will address this under cover of darkness. Gather your offerings and meet me again here at first moonrise. He glanced at Tobias. Be prepared, tonight's vigil may require vigilance over far more than sugar and cider. 7. The Midnight Purification. That night, under a sapphire moon, Rowan, Eirik, Tobias, Emmeline, and Caleb led a small contingent of smiths and healers to the salt flats. Each carried a pottery bowl of purified water, a pinch of elder seeds, a handful of barley flour, and a slender rod of meteor iron. As they approached the rippling mud, they found the red grubs stirring like living embers beneath the surface. The air felt thick and oppressive, more oppressive than any night since Ember Night. Rowan raised his staff and began chanting the Covenant's incantation backward, an unbinding spell to unearth lingering corruption. From darkness unbind, spirits drawn from mortal mind. At each phrase, Tobias scattered barley flour into the mud, sealing patches of swirling grubs. Emmeline followed, dropping elder seeds into the slowed ripples. The seeds evoked glimmers of violet that spread across the water, strangling the redworms in silent purples. The stretch of mud hissed, then stilled. Caleb approached with a single meteor iron rod. He plunged it into the thickest patch of mud. Its tip glowed faintly with starlight as he recited, "By sky-forged iron's flame, banish taint and shame." A pulse of silver suffused the rod, radiating outward in luminous arcs that dissolved any remaining red bloodworm crimson. The mud shook as if coughing up its taint, a pale fog lifted from its surface. At the same moment, Eirik poured a trickle of consecrated water across the freed mud, sealing its purity. A low cry echoed, this time not of the keeper but of a distant river bird taking flight. The quartet exhaled in unison. The air tasted crisp beneath the moon's glow. Rowan placed a final pinch of salt around the cleared patch, marking it purified. "Let no malevolent force ever rise here again," he intoned. 8. A new dawn, a new vigil. As the party walked back along the salt flats at first light, villagers preparing for the harvest festival paused to greet them, hushed news of the midnight purification having already spread. Children tugged at their parents to learn whether the bloodworms had returned. Eirik, standing atop a small dune, raised a hand in reassurance. "Fear not, our covenant's fruit extends even to these flats." Tonight's vigil sealed what Ember Night began. Rowan turned to Marjorie, who had joined them before dawn. She pressed his shoulder. "You have done more today than any of us dreamed possible. But I see weariness in your eyes. Rest now, Rowan. Let Black Willow celebrate and know that our circle stands strong." Rowan gave a slow nod. "Only if you promise to remain watchful. Corn will ripen, frost will come. The covenant must endure each cycle, each change of season." Marjorie smiled. "I promise. And I will teach our children this vigil, so they may take our place on nights we can no longer stand watch." 9. Epilogue, Seeds of Everlasting Balance. Weeks passed, and Black Willow settled into a rhythm that balanced work, rest, and quiet remembrance. The Great Harvest Festival, originating as a simple celebration, now bore deeper meaning. It honored the covenant's renewal and the understanding that mortal lives, ancestral legacies, and Marshwood's ancient spirits were forever intertwined. On festival day, every cottage displayed miniature iron pegs topped with red wax knots, a daily reminder of the covenant's binding across the village. Bread baked from blessed grain was broken at communal tables, houses poured household salt into decorative bowls, and silver swan ingots became cherished talismans, worn by young and old as bracelets or pendants. Far from superstition, these tokens symbolized unity and an ongoing pact that demanded respect. At the broken cypress, the meteor iron stake, still fused with elder seeds, glowed faintly under noonday sun, a beacon to travelers passing by, a silent testament to Black Willow's vigilance. Thorn took his leave, continuing north to document similar pacts in distant villages, his parchments forever enriched by Black Willow's triumph. Tobias and Emmeline, now accepted as wardens of local lore, served as guides to pilgrims and scholars, ensuring that no one mistook Black Willow's hard-won peace for mere fortune. Master Rowan continued to teach new initiates, the children of Lindenwood and Blackwood blood, transmitting the dual triads of covenant. Lady Marjorie oversaw the village council, advocating for a balanced future, crop rotation schedules aligned with ember and lunar cycles, salt flats monitored for purity, and smiths forging iron. Commemorations for each new child born into the covenant's promise. And so, as the seasons turned, spring's blossoms unfurled, summer's wheat swayed in golden waves, autumn's orchards shed their fruit, and winter's frost visited the elder cypress, Black Willow thrived. Under continuing vigilance. Beneath the calm, glimmering waters of Marshwood Swamp, the watcher spirit regained its neutral balance. At times, a distant ripple hinted at its watchfulness, a subtle reminder that harmony is both fragile and resilient. But for now, nestled between rolling fields and whispering reeds, Black Willow slept in confidence, bound forever by bread, salt, silver, bone, seed, and iron, a covenant living and breathing in every stone, every petal, and every beating heart across the fields and lanes of their beloved village. The sun had risen gently over Black Willow, painting the fields and thatched roofs in golden light that promised warmth after a season's trials. In the courtyard of the restored church, villagers were gathering one final time beneath a banner of white linen streaked with the red wax knots that symbolized their renewed covenant. Today was not merely another festival, it was the day of the first dawn after the covenant's full restoration, when the entire community would commit to keeping their promise alive. The elder cypress stood sentinel in the distance, its great limbs trembling slightly in the crisp morning breeze, as if acknowledging the solemn dedication about to unfold. 1. Morning preparations, steadfast hearts. In the early hours before dawn, Master Rowan rose from his modest chambers above the church and stepped onto the narrow balcony to breathe the fresh air. The lingering scent of sage and elder seed oil hung in the sky, reminding him of the purification rituals that had swept through Black Willow over the past fortnight. He watched as the first lanterns flickered to life along the main street, casting pool-like glows on the dew-damp cobblestones. Farmers' wives led children by hand, and blacksmiths mollified after the late-night chores stoked smoldering coals for metalwork commemorations. All seemed at peace, though Rowan's mind remained watchful. He paused as Lady Marjorie joined him, her riding cloak trailing lightly behind her. She carried the silver bell in one hand and a small basket of elder seeds in the other. Early, as always, Rowan said with a gentle tilt of his head. Cannot risk arriving late for the ceremony, can we? Marjorie smiled softly, the morning sun illuminating her silver hair. Our people deserve nothing less than our utmost dedication today. Besides, I have a final gift to share with you and with Black Willow. She extended the basket of elder seeds. These are from the very grove where we first harvested for the midnight purification. I have woven them into small pouches that each family will lay at their own hearth at dusk so that even in their homes, they carry the covenant's promise deep into their hearth's heart. Rowan nodded appreciatively. Everything in Black Willow now echoes unity. Soon the children will carry these pouches from cottage to cottage, from neighbor to neighbor. Each seed a reminder of what we endured. He retrieved from his robe a small meteor iron nail, the one worn around his neck during Ember Night, polished to a dull gleam. This, too, shall be pressed into each household's threshold, as a silent warding beacon. He set the nail into Marjorie's palm. Shall we begin? 2. The first dawn ceremony, pledges renewed. At the first slant of sunrise, the villagers assembled in a broad semicircle on the church's cobblestone courtyard. The sky was clear, a rare reprieve after weeks of unpredictable weather. The children, their eyes wide with anticipation, fidgeted on the edges of the gathering. Parents nodded reassuringly, elders stood tall, resplendent in woolen cloaks embroidered with silver threads that depicted swans and reeds. Reverend Josiah Devereaux, his black clerical robes crisp and trimmed with an ivory stole, stepped to the wooden dais set before the church's heavy oak doors. He knelt on the lower step and extended a hand over the congregation, his voice resonant and warm. People of Black Willow, we gather here on this first dawn after the renewal of the covenant of reeds. Let this day mark not only a celebration, but a renewal of commitment to the spirits of Marshwood and to one another. Let your hearts be steadfast as this ancient promise is passed once more from hand to hand. He rose, and villagers brought forward the morning's first offerings, loaves of rye bread, each stamped with the swan's crest, clay bowls of salt gleaming like crystalline dew, and silver swan ingots that reflected the sun's early rays. Master Rowan positioned himself beside the dais, staff in hand, and Lady Marjorie knelt to place the meteor iron nail into a small wooden box set into the church's front step, where it would remain as a perpetual ward. By these 6 offerings, Rowan intoned the echoes of his voice carrying across the silent courtyard, we reaffirm our bond with Marshwood's ancient protectors. Let no shadow pierce this day, and let our unity be as iron that no force can fracture. One by one, members of the community stepped forward to speak their personal pledges. First, Theodore Barnes, weathered and resolute, spoke, I pledge my harvests to the covenant, that the earth yields its bounty without complaint, and that my hands honor both seed and soil. He placed a loaf of bread on the dais. Next, Isabel Whitmore knelt with a clay bowl of salt, I pledge the purity of our fields and our families. May this salt preserve our wells and guide our children with courage. She poured the salt into the bowl of purified water, which shimmered as though alive. Caleb Ansley then brought the silver swan ingot to Rowan's staff, repeating in a strong voice, "I pledge my forge and flame to the covenant. Let every blade I temper bear the essence of truth and ward our village from ill." Tobias Reed, surging with quiet conviction, placed a small polished owl bone cradled from his midnight quest into a wooden chalice on the dais. "I pledge my repentance and my service to all who dwell here. May this bone ward against darkness and guide us with the sight of wisdom," he said, his voice trembling but unwavering. Emmeline followed, scattering fresh elder seeds over the canopied dais. "I pledge the spirit of renewal. These seeds carry the essence of life's cycle, may they root hope where hate once flourished." She knelt for a moment before rising. Finally, Rosanna placed a handful of barley flour upon the offerings. "I pledge the memory of lore and the lessons of our ancestors. Let each grain stand for the unity we share." When the offerings were complete, Reverend Devereaux lifted his hands. "Now we speak the founders' names, binding mortal hearts across time: Amaro Lindenwood, Soren Blackwood." Villagers echoed each name in unison, creating a trembling harmony that seemed to resonate with the wood and stone of the church itself. The silver bell rang out once, its tone pure enough to still a humming breeze. The meteor iron nail glowed faintly for a heartbeat, as though imbued with a final surge of power, then settled into its inexhaustible purpose. A hush fell, deep and abiding. Rowan raised his staff one last time and uttered the closing words of the covenant's preamble: "Hearken, O guardians of Marshwood's reach, we bind our hearts with reed and breech, in bread, salt, silver, bone, seed, iron, we pledge our souls to reed's protection. Unite us now, as one together, bound by oath and lasting tether." The breeze stirred the elder cypress in the distance, rustling its leaves in response. 3. Bonds forged, futures assured. Following the ceremony, the villagers repaired to the church's interior for a communal feast laid out on long wooden tables. Hearty loaves were cut into thick slices, bowls of salt-stewed mutton simmered at the hearth, platters of fresh vegetables blanched in silver kettles adorned every bench. Caleb's apprentices served cups of sweet mead spiced with elderberries and mint, a gift from Rosanna's herbal workshop. Children laughed as they chased one another around the pillars, weaving between tables to fill their cups with sugar-soaked fruit. Rowan sat beside Marjorie, sharing a bowl of salt-stewed root vegetables. He leaned close and murmured, "We have endured more than most could imagine. Yet now I see our people restored, not simply to who they were, but to something stronger." Marjorie nodded, her gaze shifting to Tobias and Emmeline across the hall. "They are part of our renewed future. Their atonement reminds us that darkness can be reborn as light. Black Willow has changed for good." Reverend Devereaux rose to address the feast. "Let us give thanks for this day of promise. We have consecrated marsh and meadow, and softened our hearts with unity. Remember that tomorrow we each return to our fields and homes, but we carry this covenant within us. May our children and their children heed its call, so that our village stands for ages as a bastion of harmony between mortal and spirit." The feast continued with joyful noise, upbeat fiddle tunes played by a quartet of young musicians, laughter echoing off the wooden rafters, the rhythmic clink of silver plates. In the corners of the church, Rosanna and Eirik conversed quietly, poring over additional texts he had brought for reference. Eirik's presence had shifted from scholarly outsider to honored friend. He exchanged knowing glances with the scholar students he had inspired. He leaned toward Rosanna. Your transcription of the covenant may one day be consulted by scholars at Serwin. Your diligence ensures that no detail, no matter how small, is lost to time. She smiled, brushing back a strand of silver hair. Black Willow is my home. I will protect this knowledge as fiercely as I protect my own kin. 4. Trials of the Marsh, a final check. Though the day's events were celebratory, Rowan could not stand idle. At midday, he slipped away from the feast, this time, accompanied by a small party that included Tobias, Marjorie, Caleb, and David. They journeyed to the southern marsh springs, where the bloodworms had been purified just days ago. As they reached the salt flats, Tobias's lantern cast wavering reflections on the still waters. He paused, recalling the crimson tide that had once foreshadowed the keeper's return. Now, though, the flats gleamed clear, dotted only with small tufts of salt crystals. Ranchers' carts rolled by as farmers loaded salt into sacks, and children watched from a safe distance, aware that these flats were once the site of midnight's peril. Rowan knelt to press a fingertip into the mud near the source spring. He muttered a brief invocation in the ancient tongue to test for residual taint. The mud gave way to soft, unspoiled black silt, free of crimson traces. All clear, he announced softly. Marjorie leaned in, tossing a pinch of elder seeds into the water. The seeds drifted on the surface and were carried gently downstream, an unspoken gesture of renewal. Our vigilance is sound, she said quietly. Let the marsh's still waters reflect our people's hope. Caleb placed a new ward, a small iron nail forged by his own hand, into the mud at the spring's edge, binding it with red wax string. Let the covenant's watch extend from Cyprus to these waters, he intoned. Tobias and Emmeline followed suit, placing their own nails and sealing the ward. The ritual was silent but potent, felt by all as a final assurance that no shadow lingered. 5. Harvest Festival and the Seeds of Memory. That evening, as dusk deepened to purple dusk, Black Willow held its grand harvest festival in the village square. Long tables were laden with pies baked from the first pumpkin seeds from the newly sanctified fields sprouted into thick-growth gourds. Carts of apples, plums, and pears overflowed. A band of minstrels stationed on a raised dais near the church bell tower played upbeat folk tunes on fiddles and dulcimers. Lanterns and torches were strung between posts, casting dancing lights on children who chased one another with ribbons in hand. Lady Marjorie distributed the small elder seed pouches she had sewn at dawn. Each family accepted the pouch with reverence, tying it above their hearth or tacking it to a wall beside their bedside. The elder seeds, now future saplings, would be planted in the coming spring to form a protective grove guarding the village. This is your reminder, she said to each household head, that what we wrought here must be preserved beyond our lifetimes. The air was filled with the crackle of hearth fires in open hearths, the aroma of roast mutton and herb stew drifting through the crisp air. Farmers traded livestock for cured meats, Weavers swapped bolts of dyed cloth and spinners sold skeins of wool. Near the smithy, Caleb showcased miniature iron talismans, tiny swans and cypress leaves, each stamped with a single rune of warding. Children crowded around, marveling at the smooth metal as Caleb explained, "These guard against ill fortune in all things, farms, forges, and hearths alike. Keep them close." At the festival's peak, Master Rowan ascended a small platform draped in white linen. He surveyed the joyous faces, the lantern-lit scene, and felt a profound sense of peace settle in his chest. "People of Black Willow," he called, voice carrying across the square, "tonight, we celebrate more than harvest. We honor the bond between this village and Marshwood's ancient spirits. May our fields be fertile, our wells unwavering, and our hearts unafraid. Let us carry this unity into each dawn henceforth, so that no keeper nor shadow of doubt ever darken our doors again. Raise your cups high to Black Willow and its covenant." A mighty cheer rose, reverberating against the church's walls. The clang of mugs and the clatter of plates accompanied the chorus, "To Black Willow. To the covenant." And as the villagers drank deeply of spiced cider and fine mead, the first lantern of night ascended skyward, a single globe of light carrying letters of hope, drifting slowly until it joined the stars. Above. 6. A lasting peace and the echo of vigilance. Over the following days and weeks, Black Willow settled into a rhythm that bore both gentle normalcy and enduring watchfulness. Families tended their fields with renewed joy, the crops were stronger, the livestock healthier, and the wells crystal clear. The 12 iron pegs, once set around the elder cypress, glowed faintly at night, a silent remembrance that the covenant demanded constant respect. Farmers' wives hung small iron talismans above their doorways, children wore leather straps inscribed with the founders' names, ensuring that each generation would learn the covenant by heart. Rowan resumed his lessons with the village's children and apprentices at the church loft, teaching them the ancient dialect and the proper cadence for reciting the covenant's verses, both the original triad and the added triad of bone, seed, and iron. He emphasized that the measure of the covenant was not only in ritual, but also in daily kindness, honesty, and compassion. "The keeper may be banished," he would say, "but its memory remains like the bare seeds waiting to burst forth in spring. Let your actions nurture this covenant, so its roots grow deep and strong." Lady Marjorie spent her days coordinating efforts to plant the elder seeds around the village, along every lane, beside every stream, and at the edges of each field. Over the first frost, tender sprouts had emerged, their purple-tipped leaves swaying in the breeze. She also supervised the annual forging of silver swan pendants, tiny charms to be worn by every newborn child in Black Willow, so that from birth, each soul was bound to the covenant's promise. Fathers and mothers received these charms with reverence, slipping them onto leather cords around the infants' necks. Tobias and Emmeline found new purpose as guardians of lore. Under Rowan's tutelage, they transcribed ancient manuscripts, both the ledger sealed beneath the church and additional scraps recovered from the broken cypress's roots. Their shared quarters, once the village dungeon, had been converted to a small library stacked with leather-bound volumes and rolled parchments. Here, villagers would come seeking guidance on herbal remedies, warding wards, or simply the story of how Black Willow had triumphed over darkness. The siblings welcomed all with humility, ensuring that no one repeated their mistakes. Reverend Devereaux guided the spiritual healing of the community, leading vespers that carried the Covenant's verses into the twilight. He taught villagers to offer small prayers with each meal, every dawn, and at each harvest, sowing the Covenant's principles into everyday life. Under his direction, the church choir, once timid, grew bold in their harmony, filling each Sunday's service with music that reverberated with hope and unity. And though the keeper's shadow had been banished, subtle reminders of Marshwood's watchfulness persisted, the occasional ripple in the swamp's glassy surface, the distant call of lone herons at sunrise, and the gentle hum of unseen wings drifting through the reeds. Villagers no longer feared these signs. They greeted the marsh creatures with quiet bows, acknowledging that they, too, belonged to the Covenant's tapestry. 7. The Covenant's eternal flame. A full year passed, and Black Willow prepared once more for Ember Night. This time, the festival felt different, less tinged with fear, more bathed in reverence and tradition. As the August heat waned and leaves turned russet along the edges of Marshwood, the village gathered the 6 offerings as before: bread, salt, silver, bone, seed, iron, each prepared with greater care and earnest devotion. The elder cypress's iron pegs glowed more brightly, intertwined now not only with red wax knots but also with fresh vines of elder and new silver filaments spun by the smith's apprentices. On the eve of Ember Night, Rowan and Marjorie surveyed the preparations from the church tower's loft. Below, villagers wove communal wreaths of reeds and wildflowers. Eirik Thorne, a returning scholar, shared new insights from his wanderings, speaking to clusters about the parallels between Black Willow's covenant and those in distant lands. Children giggled as they carried tiny iron talismans around the square, reciting the covenant's verses like nursery rhymes. Rowan placed a steady hand on Marjorie's shoulder. "Look how far we have come," he said, voice steady. "What began as desperation has become hope. Our unity has forged a legacy that welcomes newcomers, and holds fast to our ancestors' wisdom." Marjorie squeezed his hand. "Your steadiness and Marlin's sacrifices have guided us. I knew that, with every dawn, we reaffirmed our place in Marshwood's grand design." She smiled and raised her gaze to the emerging moon. "Now, in this next Ember Night, we honor all who came before and all who will come after. Our covenant endures in every heart, every home, and every budding sprout in the fields." 8. The final Ember Night, a circle unbroken. As the sun set and the sky shimmered with stars, Master Rowan led the villagers to the courtyard once more. The elder cypress stood alight with iron pegs that reflected flickering torchlight, and the 6 offerings were arrayed upon a dais draped in white linen. Reverend Devereaux, his voice calm like a flowing stream, spoke the preamble. "Hearken, O guardians of Marshwood's reach. We bind our hearts with reed and breech. In bread, salt, silver, bone, seed, iron. We pledge our souls to reed's protection. Unite us now, as one together, bound by oath and lasting tether." Then, as dawn had been on the first dawn and Ember Night's dark crucible before, the villagers stepped forward to place their offerings, bread stamped with a fresh swan crest, salt gathered from the now pristine flats, silver swan ingots newly forged from the same meteor iron, owl bone now carved into protective runes, elder seeds from last year's grove grown and harvested, and iron rods tempered with Marshwood's purest flame. Each act was performed with an almost reverent devotion, a silent weaving of their collective strength. When the final offering was in place, Tobias and Emmeline took their station by the elder grove to watch, carrying small lanterns etched with runes of renewal. Ralph Garland, a traveling minstrel who had joined Black Willow earlier in the year, began a soft melody on his nickel harpa, a low and resonant tune that thread lightly through the night air. As the melody wove its gentle magic, Marjorie grasped the silver bell and rang it once, then twice, then thrice, each strike resonating with a clarity that held no malice, only gratitude. A ripple of light coursed through the iron pegs, and for a moment, the world held its breath. Then no keeper's shadow appeared. No tremor in the earth occurred. Only a hush filled the clearing as the melody concluded. In that hush, the villagers felt an affirmation that their covenant's circle was unbroken, not because of fear, but because of unwavering unity. They exhaled as one, and the elder cypress sighed a gentle breeze through its silvered leaves, as though in quiet approval. As the night deepened, the villagers sat in communion around the cypress's base, sharing warm bread, passing bowls of salt-stewed vegetables, and lifting cups of sweet elderberry mead. The former dread that had once haunted these moments was replaced by laughter and song. Even Tobias and Emmeline, seated near Rowan and Marjorie, shared quiet smiles now unburdened by the weight of guilt. Together, they forged a new memory that would be recited for generations as the moment when Black Willow stood not only free of the keeper's reach, but transformed by the covenant's radiance. 9. Epilogue, The Unbroken Circle. Years passed, and Black Willow's story spread beyond Marshwood's borders. Travelers, traders, and scholars came to witness a village that had nurtured an ancient pact into a living tradition, a place where children recited the covenant at dawn's first light, where elders told tales of keepers' defeat by fire, faith, and unity, and where smiths tempered iron not just into tools, but into symbols of enduring vigilance. Under the elder cypress and the broken cypress, twin groves flourished, elder trees blossoming each spring, their purple flowers weaving a braided crown of resilience around their trunks. The meteor iron shards remained embedded in the broken cypress's stump and the church's threshold, glinting with starlight each night. New generations pressed their palms to those nails at pivotal moments: marriages, births, harvests, reminding themselves that courage and compassion, bound by bread, salt, silver, bone, seed, and iron, would forever anchor their community's spirit. Master Rowan lingered in the church's loft, overseeing young initiates as they studied the covenant's text. He wore the silver bell around his neck no longer as a sentinel of fear, but as an emblem of hope. Beside him, Lady Marjorie tended to the village as much by wisdom as by title, guiding decisions with compassion and clarity. On a crisp autumn evening, decades after the first ember night, Rowan climbed the narrow steps to the church tower to witness the 12 iron pegs still glowing in the twilight, each entwined with vines of elder and silver filaments. He turned to see Marjorie approaching, a small girl at her side, her own granddaughter, bearing a swan-shaped silver pendant around her neck. Together, they gazed across the fields, warmed by alpenglow as the villagers made their way home under the banner of lantern light. Rowan placed a hand on his granddaughter's shoulder. "Remember always, child, that Black Willow endures because we stand together with open hearts and steadfast minds. Our covenant is unbroken." The girl nodded solemnly, eyes bright with wonder. As Rowan rang the silver bell one final time, its clear tone drifted across Marshwood's mists, a reminder that unity, love, and respect for the ancient balance would guide this village long after he, Marjorie, and all present on that first Ember Night were but memories. And so, Black Willow's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of shared sacrifice, the resilience of community, and the profound truth that when mortal hands and spirits of the marsh entwined, no darkness could ever again hold sway over those who walked in unity beneath the guardianship of Marshwood's watchful grace. Title: The Covenant of Marshwood. Description: In the secluded village of Black Willow, nestled on the edge of the ancient Marshwood swamp, an ancestral pact known as the Covenant of Reeds binds its people to the spirit guardians of the mire. When dark forces embodied by a malevolent keeper arise to corrupt the land and claim innocent lives, the villagers must rediscover and renew this age-old covenant. Through trials of bread, salt, and silver, and by uncovering hidden triads of bone, seed, and meteor iron, they forge a unified vow that restores balance to Marshwood's restless spirits. As summers turn to autumns, Black Willow's community stands steadfast against temptation and fear. Guided by the wise mystic Rowan of Lindenwood and the noble Lady Marjorie, the people confront betrayal, redeem lost souls, and ultimately bind the Keeper's wrath beneath the elder cypress. Their unwavering solidarity celebrated each Ember Night becomes both legacy and warning. Only through collective faith and vigilance can mortal and marsh remain in harmony.